Shout out to everybody. Let's see what's going on. Shout out to Pierce Borg.
If you spent the weekend under a rock, well, here's a refresher for you.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
First of all, I do want to say this. Shout out to everybody. Everybody can have their differences of opinions or whatever. I actually loved how President Trump responded to Zelensky. I loved it. I feel like Zelensky is running around, and I understand everybody's super emotional about what's happening with Ukraine right now. I think he's running around, gathering up money. He wants to poke his chest out. He wants American support. He wants our tax money, right? He wants our money, and he wants to continue to fight a war that I don't feel like he can win. I think Trump was right when he's saying things like, yo, you're trying to, you're edging us, your actions are like edging us towards like a world war. Like, you need to chill out. Like, this is a ceasefire. We could do this, do the ceasefire immediately. And then afterwards we can negotiate terms for the end of the war. I think it's a really, really good idea from Trump, but it looks like Zelensky, what he wants to do is fight with other people's money. Eventually, I feel like he's going to run out of people. You know what I mean? Like, Ukraine is not like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they have the best, military personnel or nothing like that. I think they're going to run out of people. They're going to run out of ammo, equipment. Then they're going to be looking at United States and NATO allies or trying to, get NATO people to try to help him. Instead of just like doing a ceasefire while he's running around, flying around everywhere, all he's got to do is do a ceasefire. He's comfortable. People are out in the fields losing their lives. People are away from their families. Their families are moving to different countries. There's a lot of people from Ukraine moving to the United States to get away from Ukraine because they don't want to be around the war. They're away from their family members. It's a lot going on. So it's like people see Zelensky and think like, okay, well, this seems like a nice guy. But, in all actuality, I feel like he's holding everything up. You know what I mean? My personal opinion is like, yo, do a ceasefire and then negotiate the terms for peace. It's what you need to do. You know what I mean? Not say, oh, well, Putin started it. Okay, we know Putin started. He did the invasion, all of that. We not rocking with Putin for starting it, right? But let's end it. It's already hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that lost their lives. I think over 700,000 Russians may have lost their lives, and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives. Buildings have been leveled. You know what I mean? Like, let's end this war. Like, let's stop the bickering, the going back and forth, and end this war.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
Can I answer?
No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. You didn't have our military equipment. This war would have been over in 2 weeks. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there.
People don't understand, like, why is Trump going off? Why is it? Okay, when you got somebody sitting there, they're cutting you off. They don't want to listen. They want more and more of your money, right? And then you got Zelensky, who lobbied for the Kamala Biden, right? He wanted Kamala Harris to win the election. He was very vocal about that. So you got him with that, and then he's going public and saying things like, oh, well, if Trump and Vladimir Putin are negotiating terms of a deal, I don't have to abide by that. Like, my country, which I understand, but like, why are you saying that on a public forum? Like, why don't you just go ahead and call Trump and be like, hey, this is how I feel about it. I would really like, this all to end, but, I can't just go with 100% of what you say, obviously, but, can we like figure out a way to work like terms out? But to just, say like Trump, whatever him and Putin come up with, I ain't really got to listen. Bro, you didn't got like over $300-something billion from us in America. So what you mean, like, you're not going to listen to anything we got to say? So when Trump is sitting here with this guy who isn't in the, in the White House, he doesn't even have a suit on. He's not showing any respect. And I think this dude wore the same shirt to like multiple different, like, as soon as he finished with this, he went to, Europe to try to get money, wearing the same thing. It's like, come on, bro.
People are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, then you tell us, I don't want to ceasefire.
If y'all are in here, hit the like button. I would appreciate it. Topics like this don't really get the needle moving in terms of like regular creators. They try to leave this stuff for the news. So if y'all can, hit the like button and try to get a little bit of traction. Shout out to Craig Wilson in here, and I can see if y'all doing it over on this end too. Mila, shout out to you. Madico, shout out to you. you know, it is what it is. And then Turo, shout out to you.
I don't want a ceasefire. I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out.
Well, what happened next is almost, if not more, consequential. Zelensky flew to the UK for an extraordinary summit of 18 world leaders, most of them expressed...
Hey, Johnny Harris, chill. He said he wear his Star Trek 2.0. Great.
Equivocal support for Ukraine. He also met King Charles, known to be wearing a very similar outfit to the one he chose for the White House. It caused a bit of a stir. And in words that will have been music to MAGA ears, the Polish Prime Minister...
He's just running around begging for money, bro. That's what he's doing. Like, people don't want to say it. He's like a professional beggar, bro. That's what it feels like to me. Yeah, I mean, like, this dude, y'all gotta understand, he's not in NATO. Like, y'all, like, this dude ain't in NATO. Like, he running around acting like he would want, like, this dude is getting on my nerves.
Donald Tusk said this.
500
million Europeans are asking 300 million Americans to defend them against 140 million Russians.
Well, quite. Now, the US could not be clearer that it wants Europe to raise its game on defending Europe. Now, European leaders appear to be finally getting that memo. Zelensky's decision to fight his corner in the Oval Office has enraged many Republicans, but his popularity has rocketed at the same time at home and in Europe. Trump supporters, meanwhile, are thrilled that the president and Vice President Vance took him to task in full public view. Maybe everybody actually got a bit of what they really wanted, whether it should have happened or not. And for those claiming that Trump is naive or even mercenary for thinking he can make a peace deal with Putin, well, listen to a clip that was sent to me from an interview I did with President Bill Clinton about 10 years ago, in which he told me how he dealt with Vladimir Putin.
I think the right strategy most of the time
diplomacy
but it's frustrating to people in your line of work. You should be brutally honest with people in private, and then if you want them to help you, try to avoid embarrassing them in public.
Right.
Now, sometimes they do things which make it impossible for you to keep quiet, but by and large, I found all the people I dealt with appreciated it if I told them the truth, and they also appreciated it when I didn't kick them around in public for as long as I couldn't kick them around. So, I that's my experience. And
did Putin ever renege on a personal agreement he made to you?
He did not.
So behind closed doors, he could be trusted?
He kept his word in all the deals we made.
Interesting, isn't it? When Trump wants peace.
So Putin kept his words with all the deals that they made. Okay.
Not war, and he's in the habit of getting what he wants. Well, joining me now is the author of Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton, the senior political correspondent at Puck News, Tara Palmieri, author and Times columnist Matthew Said, and the founder of Outkick, Clay Travis. Well, welcome to all of you. Tara, let me start with you as you're making your uncensored debut. Thank you very much indeed for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
When I found that clip of Bill Clinton, someone sent it to me and I looked at the longer version of it. It was interesting because it was many, many years, obviously, after Clinton had last had to deal with Putin. Then he crossed over for quite a brief period. But it was interesting that he said that if you whack Putin in public as the US president, it's not going to work. And that behind the scenes, if you get an agreement with him, and we don't even know if Trump has that, but if he has got an agreement, that interestingly, you've got a Democrat president saying Putin, in his experience, would always keep his word when it comes to that kind of personal agreement with an American president. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen American presidents flirt with Putin before. You remember George W. Bush said, "I looked into his soul." So it's a tactic that's been taken with Putin, is to try to relate to him, to try to overinflate him, to try to create a friendship and a bond so that he will uphold his side of the bargain. Now, does Putin always do that? No. But at the same time, I mean, this is the tactic that Donald Trump wants to take right now. He sees the flattery of Vladimir Putin as a way to possibly get him to uphold his side of the bargain. Now, we have to see what happens. He also tried that with Kim Jong-un, right? And he thinks that he can sort of negotiate with these dictators, with these world leaders. The only thing that I would say is, why would he go and attack, Vladimir Zelensky so publicly, even before this blow up, this Real Housewives style showdown in the middle of the Oval Office? Before that, he was calling him a dictator. It seemed like he was really trying to rush him into this mineral deal and make it look like it was a shakedown of the Ukrainians, even though it wasn't a very significant deal, in my opinion. And then, to bring them all there and sort of try to humiliate Zelensky, maybe he's doing that for Putin. He knows that Putin loves it and liked it, and he thinks he'll have a stronger negotiating hand with Putin. I don't know, but I think he thinks he can create some sort of friendship with him in the same way that other presidents have tried to do. We'll see if he's actually able to do this.
Yeah, I mean, Clay Travis, what's interesting is when you watch the television news, say, in the UK, post that bust up in the Oval Office, and you compare it to what I watched on, say, Fox News this morning, very, very different take on what happened. A lot of Americans feeling that
Zelensky went and got a little bit too disrespectful. I'm sorry. You can't, I understand you just had, Clinton on there and talking about, never embarrass people in public. And I'm like, bro, Zelensky was doing too much. He, first of all, the dude sitting on the edge of the chair, he in command and control. He not wearing a suit. I don't care. That's a problem for me, bro. You're not about to be in the United States of America in our White House and not showing respect and wearing a suit. I don't care that you're a president. Understand, where we at. Everybody wearing a suit. You think you just come in there with a regular Star Trek shirt and everything is cool? Nah, bro, you bugging. Show our president a little bit of respect. And when our president is talking, you stop talking over him you know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? That let him talk and then you talk. But it could be, to be fair, right? It could be cultural differences and stuff. And this dude is bilingual. He speaks multiple different languages. So maybe he may not be completely aware of totally how we do things formally, but interrupting people and doing this and your country is gonna feel what we bruh. I think he was wilding, bro. He was disrespectful. I don't care what nobody say. I got into an argument with a Democrat at a bar, Thug Life. It is what it is. I made a TikTok about it. Got I think 6,000 views on it or whatever. Thug Life. It is what it is. Dude was because he knew I did YouTube because they talk about it at the bar or whatever. It's a real local. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. It's real local. And the dude, he asked me, he's so you voted for Trump? I'm yeah, I voted for Trump. Well, I feel sorry for you. I'm what you mean you feel sorry for me? I didn't say I feel sorry for you because of who you voted for. What is your problem? Well, why did you vote for Trump? Did you see what he's doing with Zelensky? I'm what do you mean? What are you doing? Bro, the dude said a whole bunch of wild, so I don't even know if I can say on here. Basically, he don't like Trump enough to where he don't think Trump should be breathing type stuff, right? And so I'm oh, so did you not? I'm what are you talking? He's you know what the people in Ukraine are going through? Have you ever been in the war? I'm first of all, and he was one of them saucy dudes, right? I'm have you been in the war? He's no. I'm so what do you know? I'm do you like our tax money being spent overseas for something that don't even concern us? What do you, what's your problem? Did you not see, at the White House, they were having a a decent conversation. Trump was being very respectful, and then he started cutting the president off. Did you not see that? Did you not see him try to cut the vice president off? Did you not see that? Did you not see that Trump tried to offer him a ceasefire until they can do the deal? Well, Vladimir Putin's evil. Okay, well, the evil person wants to work with Trump to do a ceasefire, and then they can negotiate the terms of the end of the war afterwards. That's the evil person. But the person that you are all emotional over, Zelensky, don't want to do a ceasefire. So do you like war or do you not like war? It got real crazy, bro. I explained all of that on TikTok. You know what I mean? And dude, he got so upset, right? That he left the bar, left and went outside and started crying. He one of them saucy ones. And then people came back. They're oh, why was he crying? I'm I don't know. He tried to get into an argument with me about politics and he lost. Well, he said, you don't like saucy people. And I'm I never said nothing. How did that even come into the conversation? He lost the debate. You know what I mean? And I think he understood where he was. Most people in Nashville, Tennessee are Republicans. You see what I'm saying? So he didn't want to say he lost the argument with that. He just created some whole thing that never happened in his mind. The dude didn't know what he was talking about. You know how liberals can get super emotional without facts? Like, he was on that level with it. And I'm just like, bro, like, you're not gonna. And I spoke to him a little bit stern, you know what I mean, about the comments that so-and-so, you know what I mean, don't need to be alive or whatever. Bro, I kind of went off. I ain't gonna even lie. Thug life. You're not about to talk, like, I rock with my president, bro. You're not about to talk about my president like that at all, like, in my presence. It ain't about to happen. You know, you don't have any, like, you don't have any arguments. You're just emotional. If you care about Zelensky and Ukraine so much, why don't you go over there and you fight the war for him? You want to sit over here and not like our president is trying to save the American people and help save money so he can save your Social Security money. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you wanted this guy that's running around talking subversive to the Americas. You know what I mean? Like, you want him to get our tax? Are you out of your mind? Don't we all complain all the time? Oh, they just sending our money overseas for this and that and the third. And all. Don't we complain about that all the time? So now you got a president that's trying to stop that from happening. You got those Department of Government officials. You're trying to stop our money from just going out the window for no reason, right? The smart thing to do with this war is to end it so that we don't have to keep contributing money and ammunitions and all, which costs money. We don't have to keep doing that, and then they can stop losing people. You know, and then this doesn't inch us towards like a third, like, you know what I'm saying, world war. But what does Zelensky do? He does not want to do a ceasefire. He goes back to Europe asking for more money because he wants to continue to fight the war. That's what he wants. What is he doing with this money? I have no idea. I seen him do a Brett Baer interview talking about on Brett Baer that, because Brett Baer asked him, like, how does the American people know where our money is going? Can we see where our money went? And he was like, yo, everything's digital. You can see an account for everything. I want to see it. You want our money? So he like that little baby meme that touches, like crying, like he trying to touch our money. That's what he doing. That's our tax money, dog. The United States only gave us $77 billion. I don't care about that. What you mean only 77 billion? Who you think you is? Coming to America and trying to get our money. Like, get out of here, bruh.
He did disrespect Trump and J.D. Vance. A lot of people outside of America feeling it was the other way around. For what it's worth, my take was, I bet this is the kind of fiery debate they have a lot behind the scenes,
Super chat is open.
Particularly about warfare. We just don't normally see it on camera. I don't always pick...
Shout out to Pierce Morgan, but I ain't about to watch no advertisements. My bad.
Picture here. I haven't heard anyone say they think that Ukraine can evict Russia from their territory. And also, we know basically we've got a modern day Maginot Line that's been created, trench warfare. Neither side is moving very much. Yet we've had hundreds of thousands of people killed and wounded on both sides, and that's continuing to this day. I actually think the clip that you played with Bill Clinton is super fascinating, and I wanted to kind of build on what Tara said and also what you said, Pierce. Think about this. Let's think about the interpersonal relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, right? These guys have to talk. They have to meet. If you are Trump and you had to choose, who do you trust more? Vladimir Putin or the left-wing legacy media that accused you of only winning the 2016 election because Russia bought $100,000 or so in Facebook ads, and they alleged that you were somehow a Manchurian candidate for Russia, and you knew that none of that was true, and all of the Steele dossier came out, and the way they covered you, sometimes, and again, I'm kind of diving into the psychology here, but I do think it's important, sometimes even when you don't have a great relationship, when people have lied about your relationship and you know it to be untrue, that can lead to you trusting each other more. And I'll be honest with you, and you can clip this and people are going to go crazy. I trust Vladimir Putin more than I do the media coverage of Trump's relationship with Vladimir Putin in the United States in 2016, 2017, 2018. That doesn't mean I think Vladimir Putin is a great guy or that I in some way believe that he should have invaded Ukraine. He never should have. But remember, he didn't invade while Trump was president. As soon as Trump was gone, he suddenly did. That suggests to me that he actually respects Trump and what Trump might do and feared that more than he did Joe Biden. And that mutual respect means that I think we could get a solution here. And final.
And I'm sorry, just not to digress. I'm gonna say it again. I love how Trump checked this dude, bro. I love that, bro. Like, and he let him know, like, yo, you were dealing with Biden. Biden was not a smart person. Like this, I'm not Biden. This is entirely. I love the way he like G-check dude, bro. And I love the way the Republicans are riding for Trump in this situation. You know what I'm saying? And basically, like right now, it looks like most of the, obviously the left is gonna say anything against like the right, like anything. Oh, Trump walked down the street. Oh, he shouldn't be walking down the street. Like anything he does is negative with MSNBC and CNN, right? But for the most part, like I think a lot of people, like if you look at alternative media, I think they like what Trump is doing, bro. They rock, at least what I look at, like they rock out with him. I think he showed like strength with the country, and that put Zelensky on notice. And I think yesterday they told him, like in Europe, I think it was, they were just like, yo, if you want more, which they ended up giving him aid anyway. Like they were telling him like, you need to fix your relations with the United States. You know what I mean? And I think that was like pretty cool for them to do. But another thing I noticed, like when Europe gave him money, they gave him money with a loan. It's something that Biden didn't do. Biden was just giving money out. Like there's strings attached when Europe gives money. And that's why I think like United States, like even though we give like more money and stuff like that, like they think we kind of silly because it's like, yo, why y'all giving so much money and do it with no return on anything? You know what I mean? And that's why like Trump, like he said, we're no longer going to just be giving money out to people. Like if we give money out to people, we want something in return. We want minerals. We want something, you know, or it's going to go out in the form of a loan. And that's just standard business practices. So I ain't really mad like what Europe did it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really mad at that. You know what I mean? But I don't think we need to be giving Zelensky all of our money. Respect VA. Shout out to him. He is a member on the channel. He says, hit the like button and tap the screen. Shout out to you. And then we got Thizzle Young. He said, you right. Shout out to you, bro.
Thought when you mediate, and I've had to mediate as a lawyer a lot over the years, Piers, or probably some people out there when you get divorced. Nobody comes in and they say, the other side is evil. You are 100% right, and the other side is evil. You are a paragon of virtue. You're all that's good in the world. In order to meet some sort of agreement, you have to presume that neither side is 100% pure and that neither side is 100% evil. It seems to me like some people just want Trump to say Vladimir Putin is evil over and over again. And Trump is saying, wait, do you want a solution? Do you want a ceasefire? Do you want peace or not? Because if that's your goal, that is not the public posture that I can adopt. And I think that's a big part of this story. I think Trump is more likely to get us peace than Biden was by far, even if it might sometimes be.
Yo, then right before Trump gets into office, Biden, like, you know what I'm saying, is trying to agitate things. Oh, you can launch long-range missiles into Russia. Like, chill out, bro. Like, we need to, like, calm this war down.
A bit messy bull in a china shop style in the meantime.
Okay, Matthew, you were shaking your head. I don't think in unanimous agreement with what you were hearing there. So why are you so objecting to what Clay said? Because I thought a lot of what he said could make sense. I mean, we don't really know, but it could make sense.
Well, I wanted to make a couple of points, if I may. The first is, I don't know when the interview between you and Clinton took place, but I'm guessing before 2014.
It was.
Clinton was one of the signatories to the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, where Ukraine agreed to give up its nuclear weapons in a treaty with the UK and the US and Russia. And he breached it after 2014. That was the key deceit he played for.
And I want to say this, it's a rumor, and we're about to check it out, that Trump has paused all Ukraine aid. Like, so let's see this.
US President Donald Trump has paused military aid to Ukraine. Donald Trump previously refused to confirm if he would temporarily stop aid to the country. A White House official says Mr. Trump is focused on achieving a peace deal and wants Volodymyr Zelensky to be committed to that goal. The president has launched a fresh attack on Mr. Zelensky after the Ukrainian leader suggested an end to the war with Russia is very...
Hey, I'm not mad one bit. Shout out to Froggy. I'm not mad. What y'all think? Hey, I was waiting. I'm like, bro, the way he acting, And then you see he's like, forget the United States. I'm going to Europe and get some money. All right, we pausing aid on you, bro.
President Donald Trump has paused military aid to Ukraine. Donald Trump previously refused to confirm if he would temporarily stop aid to the country.
Shout out to you for hitting 100s. I see that.
A White House official says Mr. Trump is focused on achieving a peace deal and wants Volodymyr Zelensky to be committed to that goal. The president has launched a fresh attack on Mr. Zelensky after the Ukrainian leader suggested an end to the war with Russia is very, very far away.
Well, I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us because, as you know, that's right there. That's the border. This country really was like the fence on the border. It was very important to Europe, and I'm not knocking Europe. I'm saying that they were a lot smarter than Joe Biden because Joe Biden didn't have a clue. He just gave money hand over fist.
Mr. Trump also didn't deny claims made by the Kremlin, which said the US president's foreign policy largely aligns with Russia's. Let's go live to Washington. Our correspondent Annalise Nielsen standing by. Annalise, how significant will this be to Ukraine's war effort?
I mean, if we can get Europe to just step it up, all right. Europe, y'all still want to support this dude? All right. Go ahead, step in, start giving them military equipment, start spending. Y'all know just by him pausing this, let's just say if it takes like a week or 2 weeks or something, Trump pausing aid, you know how much money he would save? It'd be a lot. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him. Thug life.
Well, look, in one sense, we knew this was coming. Donald Trump hadn't approved any additional Ukraine aid since he came into office. There was no signal he was going to.
Oh, okay. So he hasn't approved any additional aid, right? Not only is he pausing aid right now, but since he's been in office, he hasn't approved any additional aid. All right. See, this is what it is. Like what Zelensky should have did is like publicly not say, oh, well, I want to say whatever subversive to Donald Trump and, oh, I want to come out and like he shouldn't have said nothing. You're going through a war. You should have just been quiet. Stop being vocal. Stop letting these reporters push you into positions like you are president. You are a president. You know what I'm saying? So act like one. Like you control the reporters. Like if the reporters ask you something that may be subversive to another country, you need to like cut them off and be like, next question, because your countrymen are going through a war, right? Like you got to be smarter and have more media training than to be saying something subversive about Trump and Putin or whatever they doing. Like you kind of bugging Zelensky.
To do this, the significance of this happening at this moment from a domestic perspective is the fact he's going to address a joint session of Congress tomorrow. This is something the Democrats could wedge Donald Trump on, given there is still widespread support for Ukraine among Democrat voters. They could be holding up or threatening to hold up at least budget resolutions for the Republicans. And so that is a key pressure point. This is Donald Trump making it clear before he has this joint address to Congress. It's essentially a State of the Union, but this is what happens when it's the first address from a president. He's only been in a month, so he doesn't get to give the report card for the last guy. He just gets to say what he wants to do. What he is going to do is make it clear that this conversation is over. And there has been a lot of support among Republicans for how he's handled this. The fact that this has played out in the way it has with this confrontation in the Oval Office. For many Republicans, they've been feeling like the last few years they haven't been taken seriously on a global stage, that Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline has weakened America, and this is America looking strong again. I know many have felt like it looked like a complete ambush and bullying an ally, and there's certainly voices that match that perspective here as well. But from a political perspective, what Donald Trump here is doing is essentially just closing that door, and he's also not letting this ratchet up from Zelensky's perspective.
What y'all think in the chat? Like, what do y'all think about him pausing aid? Are y'all for it or y'all against it? Y'all let me know.
Republicans as well, they've also been watching.
I'm gonna say I'm for it, bro.
What happened with Zelensky after he left. He refused to apologize, and then he went to the warm embrace of Europe.
Yeah, he did. Like, he refused to apologize. Even when Brett Baer like pressed him, he's like, don't you think you, he said, do you think like you owe Donald Trump an apology? The dude didn't want to apologize, bro.
European leaders who've all pledged to do more to make up for the big bad guy, Donald Trump. For Republicans, that's exactly what they wanted. They wanted Europe to step up, they wanted Europe to spend more money, and they wanted Europe to take the lead, take responsibility. So for them, this has been nothing but win-win-win. So Donald Trump is just doubling down on that for his base, for his administration, and they've been clear when they make this statement, which they've put out through.
Somebody said, yes, I'm for. Illuminati said, yes, I'm for. Why do we have to keep helping them? Yeah. And then Irene said, Ukrainian women all over the planet now. Really 730 said, for it. We are borrowing the money to give them. And then Charles said, you know that Russia is going to pay for the repairs, right? But if Russia wins the war, Ukraine will just be lost. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, the rules of war is, and I think Zelensky even said this, like, because whoever invades first has to pay for the restoration of everything that they torn apart, you know. So I think that's part of why Zelensky doesn't want to like really negotiate with him, because it's just like, yo, you got to pay for this anyway. Like, you violated the rules of war, and you know, you invaded without probable cause, and you know what I mean, all of that stuff. So I don't know, but that is interesting. Yeah. So if Russia wins the war, they don't have to pay for the restoration. So, but I think Putin wanted to show Ukraine like, yo, we will invade you at any given time. Like, you try to join NATO, you try to join the United Nations, all that. Like, we can come right back. We can do what we want to do. You know what I'm saying? And we can invade you. So I think that this is like a show of like, we can really stress you out, right? To the point to where you running around to different countries begging for money. We don't have to do that. And remember when Biden put sanctions on Russia, like when they first invaded Ukraine, like the sanctions was, I can't remember what they were, but they were supposed to be over a long period of time, to where he was trying to make it to where no imports and exports and stuff can be like paid for with rubles and all of that. Everything had to be, you know, dollars, and they, you know, he was just trying to cripple the Russian economy. They didn't care about that. They kept running. And because what people don't realize, like, yeah, Russia, they got like minerals and stuff, bro, natural gas, like all of that. So they don't really, you know, care what the United States think. Like Europe, I think depends. Don't they depend on them for like, remember the Gazprom deal? It was like I think like a $300 or $600 billion deal over the course of 10 years between Russia and China. I think it was like of a natural resource, like natural gas or something like that. So I think like they're a big, you know, player when it comes to energy and stuff. So they don't really care. Yeah, Europe can get mad. America can get mad, but it's like Europe, y'all really depend on Russia, like for some of these natural like resources. So what you gonna do like at the end of the day? And if y'all end up like going with somebody else, we still got China at play. Like we can facilitate and finance our own war. We don't have to run around and ask for like money like Zelensky. You know what I mean? So I think it's a lot of pressure on Zelensky, and to me, I feel like he looks weak. He looks strong because he's got a lot of support money-wise, but like whenever I see him go to, you know, Europe and try to beg for money, he looks like a little weak kid. And they, you know what I mean? Like people putting a battery in his back, just like, patting him on the back, like, yeah, go out there, y'all, decimate your cities more, silly boy. You know, that's how I felt like when I seen him like talking to the dude from Europe. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this little silly boy. Yeah, we'll give you $2 billion with a loan with interest and all that. And then you're going to end up paying us more, you know?
Through the White House press office, saying the president's been clear that he's focused on peace. We need our partners to be committed to that goal as well. We are pausing and reviewing our aid to ensure that it is contributing to a solution. So that's the thing to keep in mind when we're talking about aid here. There's always a presidential budget. Donald Trump was obviously never going to dip in.
Kisu said Russia was waiting for Trump to get back in office. China helped them.
Into his own budget for Ukraine. This is him telling Congress.
Can't be sneak dissing the president, bro. Can't be doing that. Shout out to the president.
I'm not going to let you go too easy if you want to start trying to spend.
Candace said never kiss the ring. Roger said Trump is acting like a spoiled brat. How is he acting like a spoiled brat? Roger, where are you from? Are you in America? Hushar said true Ukraine does rightfully belong to Trump.
Congressional.
He said Ukraine does rightfully belong to Trump, bro. Hey, y'all wildin', bro.
Expenditure on Ukraine.
Annalise, give us a sense of how that showdown has been received in the United States. We know there's been strong criticism from Democrats and from critics of Donald Trump. What's the broader view like? Is there any sense of what America thinks of the way Donald Trump and J.D. Vance had that clash with Zelensky?
Oh, I wouldn't suggest at all that it's just been a rapturous applause across America for this, but there certainly is a strong element in the Republican base that is very supportive of this. They don't want America involved in foreign conflicts. They think it's a waste of money. They think it's so far removed from every day, and they think the focus should be here on the economy. And that's something else that Donald Trump hasn't moved the money on just yet. He's talking about implementing these tariffs. We've seen a dive in the stock market. We know he takes that seriously. And realistically, long term, for these tariffs to have the effect he wants, he needs to get big budget cuts and big tax cuts through Congress. And that's not
interesting.
A guarantee. So that all plays into what his strategy is here as well. And I do want to emphasize here that my interpretation from watching what they're doing is that there is absolutely a strategy to this. I've heard a lot of commentary just that Trump has this personal grudge and he blew up and it was just this out of control ambush. But this is a very different Trump administration to the first time around. There's a plan. I think they executed that plan in the Oval Office the way that they wanted to. And I think just the other thing to keep in perspective with all this is Americans hate spending money on foreign aid, and they have always had this disproportionate belief of how much money they spend on foreign aid. There's surveys all the time where people will think—
Hold on real quick, y'all. Yeah, Trump just paused aid to Ukraine. Like, yo, that's crazy, bro. Like, yo, Zelensky messed up. Like, this is insane.
I think it's 30% of the federal budget, and realistically it's a fraction of the money that's spent federally, and mainly what they're doing right now is spending money on Social Security and servicing their own debt. So these are the factors that play into the kind of broad—
And it's like, you also got to think he's some Duke S says Zelensky is a clown. Also, like, I see a lot of y'all subscribe to the channel if you can, but let's keep it real. If I upload, watch the videos, because y'all be trying to play me, bro. Y'all be like subscribing. I got like 7,000 subscribers in like a month, right? But then if I upload, it'd be like 300 views. But when I be live, it'd be like 100,000. Like, y'all gotta stop playing, bro. Like, watch the uploads too.
Broader conversation around this. But I know from a global perspective, and I've seen a lot of the reporting commentary in Australia, that people are quite horrified that this is a realignment of how the US treats its allies and how the world order is changing. And be that all true, there is a certain element here that it's playing very well domestically.
Hold up, my bad, y'all. I'm like talking while I'm live. I'm not mad at him pausing aid at all. Like, the way Zelensky's acting, and then also Zelensky going to Europe, still begging for money, you know, and when he did the interview with Brett Baer, he still didn't apologize. Like, I mean, pause the aid. Maybe they'll make him understand, like, the significance of what's going on and maybe push him closer to a ceasefire. Sorry, a lot of my friends are, like, political.
Annalise Nielsen, live from Washington. Thank you.
Shout out to Annalise. All right, let's check this out. The big station got the news.
Our Lucas Tomlinson reporting the United States—
Oh, that's the dog, Brett Baer—
is pausing all U.S. military aid to Ukraine until President Trump determines the Ukrainians show a commitment of good faith peace negotiations. That's according to a senior Trump administration telling Fox. This is not a permanent termination of aid. It is a pause. The orders are going out right now. The official said this in response to Ukrainian President Zelensky's conduct over the last week and his words over the weekend. So it's all stopped.
Trump about to save us some money. Kohan Rice, shout out to you, is in the chat, said protecting your own interests is not being a bully. That may be comment of the live right there. Respect VA said hit the like button. Shout out to Respect VA. Always support and appreciate you. Louis, Respect VA, I might have to have you come up here and we talk one day. Louis H said agree about ceasefire needs to happen, but Trump is a bully. How, bro? Like, he set him straight. I don't think he like really bullied him or nothing. Like, I think he just set him straight. I think he backed the vice president.
Stopping, Brian.
Yeah, well, he needs an apology. President Trump says, I need a direct apology. This could be fixed with a phone call. Sorry if things went off the rails. Like the first 45 minutes of our talk. Didn't like the last 10. So let's get this thing back on track. I understand what you mean. And let's do it. And then you put the ball in Russia's court, and let's see how sincere they are. But it's going to take a call from Zelensky to Trump directly. And I'm sure he'd take the call. The guy does not hold grudges.
Oh, shout out, bro. Shout out to you. I love the developments of the news. News is fire, bro.
He played for time.
I can't wait for Jesse Waters to get this.
He took us for a ride. And I think if you were to re-interview Clinton now, he would say that he was completely shafted along with the rest of the signatories and most particularly the Ukrainian people. Putin is a bully. The psychology, I think, is completely clear to most right-minded people around the world. And
Hold on, wait a minute. Democrats are paying protesters? Democrats are paying protesters? This is alleged? Hold on, bro. Let's watch this.
Another day and another...
Shout out to DeVore. We got to fast forward all that music.
Another day, another lie from these people who are out of control. I'm told that Donald Trump, Mike Johnson, and the extreme MAGA Republicans are claiming that Democrats are sending paid protesters into their...
Hold on. First of all, look what they be buying with our tax money, bro. Look at them Yukon Denali's, these big, huge Suburbans, bro. Ain't no reason these... Like, bro, the government be bugging, bro. What is y'all doing with our tax money, man? Y'all giving all our money to Zelensky. You buying $100,000 trucks to go to and from work. Like, what is y'all doing? Respect VA with the $2 donation. He said, hit the like button. Tap the screen for Piperwood. Shout out to you. Like, ain't no, bro, I can't afford no big old truck like that. They be having like the Cadillac Escalade, like extended edition and all, like, bro, like $130,000 truck going back at $150,000 going back and forth to work. Like, this is crazy, bro. Y'all don't think that's a problem? Like, they just throwing our money away, man. I think Trump can find so much money being wasted.
Town hall meetings. What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? We don't need to send paid protesters into your town hall meetings. The American people are with us all across the country. People are rising up to push back against the assault on the economy, the assault on hardworking families, the assault on our democracy, and the assault on Medicaid. We don't need paid protesters, bro. The American people are with us.
You know what? That is a good question. What is wrong with y'all? Because you're out here trying to defend something that obviously can be proven just with a little research. We know that there are
I like how you said that. What's wrong with y'all?
left-leaning organizations that have already organized and targeted these town hall meetings. They have put out actual marketing materials.
Christian Medwin said $100,000 Denali for Trump DoorDash orders. Stop playing, Christian Medwin. You know the Democrats and got that. Trying to play, Christian Medwin. You know that Denali was bought before Trump even got there. Thug life. Stop playing. Y'all Democrats for wasting our money, bro. Nah, y'all get called out.
Getting the people that support their organizations to show up to these meetings. So it's not like it isn't happening, okay? That's the first thing. Secondly, Scott Jennings points it out pretty clearly here. You're not going to find people at this meeting who actually agreed with Elon Musk to begin with.
Nobody loves going to a Republican town hall meeting like crazy liberal Democrat activists. I have no doubt they are their constituents, but these people, they hated Donald Trump before, they hate Donald Trump today, and they're professional.
Shout out to Colin Radley, one of the supporters on his channel. He's also a moderator. He said people are rising up against the brain rot Democrat Party. Hashtag Thug Life. Yo, he going in on y'all Democrats. He said the brain rot.
Complainers when it comes to Republicans. Look, I guess you could take any of these conversations seriously, and the way to handle it is to stand up there and calmly and clearly explain that we've inherited a mess. The American people have entrusted the Republican Party to get us out of the mess. It's going to take a lot of work to get us out of the mess. And here's what we're doing to do that. We're going to fix immigration.
Why do I only have 120,000 followers? Y'all hit the subscribe button. Stop playing, bro. It's right there. What is y'all doing, man?
It's already happening. We're going to unleash American energy. That's going to be part of the reconciliation bill. You know, we're going to have more or less chaos in the world, and that's what Donald Trump's trying to do by negotiating an end to the war in Ukraine and get the Middle East under control. I mean, the Republican priorities are not complicated and they're very clear. But let me just
shout out to Scott Jennings. I think he's a star over there.
Tell you, having been to many of these town hall meetings over a 25-year career in politics, a lot of the people that show up at these things are there because they're committed partisan activists, not because they wandered in because they had some concern. I don't doubt that they are actual constituents, but if you think somebody that showed up with a hand-painted sign at a town hall meeting came in undecided, I got news for you. It just doesn't work that way.
And now Democrats are even doubling down because tomorrow President Trump will be delivering his address to a joint session of Congress. And as a result, you have Democrats who are boycotting this address, and they're going to host their own town hall meetings as a result. Let's hear their excuses on why.
Instead of attending, you've decided to host a town hall in your home state. Why take that step?
That's what my constituents
want. Shout out to Colin Radley again for the donation. Appreciate that.
That's what Oregonians, many of them, told me that.
What you mean? Hey, Kinsu said you have 119,000 too many subscribers. What you talking about, Kinsu? How you playing me, bro? Subscribe to the channel. Stop playing with me, man. You act like I got a million. He trying to play me.
That they were interested in. They said, we want to hear about Social Security. We want to hear about Medicaid. We want to hear about fighting fires. We want to hear about
You gotta understand, if I'm talking about politics, this ain't enough. This ain't enough. What is y'all doing? I need like a million.
Veterans. We're not interested in hearing about the Donald Trump alternate reality.
Eugene said the more the backbone you give, the weaker you're gonna get. Hey, yo, Eugene, pause. What is you talking about? Metacon War said Trump is amazing and could never possibly do the things he's currently doing and says he's doing, and all the allies say he's doing. Yo, you gotta like spell check, bro.
So that's why we're doing it. I've had more than 1,100 open to all town hall meetings, and when there are big questions on the line, that's what Oregonians expect.
This is absolutely.
No, you just need comments. It said Trump is amazing and could never possibly do the things he's currently doing, and saying he's doing all his allies say he's doing. Do not believe your eyes. Do not believe your ears. Believe we saw it. We say, like, what?
A petty move from the Democratic Party, no question. Okay. Secondly, they're trying to bring federal workers who have been fired to the joint session of Congress tomorrow. Now, if that's not petty, I don't know what is. I think that's a huge distraction. It's not something I would ever picture Republicans doing. But again, we're talking about Democrats. Can't put anything past these people. Now, they do have a reason on why they want to do this. Hear it for yourself.
Well, Chris, it's about real impact, right? Individuals who are not amorphous federal workers who are a part of the blob in Washington, D.C., but people who you might go to church or synagogue with, people whose kids you go to school.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, Colin Radley, he said people are so terrible at typing that their phone doesn't even know how to autocorrect. Hey, to be real, hey, Colin Radley, I've got this Galaxy S23. This thing is terrible with autocorrect. So he might be on an Android, because I'd be like autocorrect just don't be working on these Android phones. These Android phones be mid, bro, like with typing. Like my iPhone is like 90%, 99%, 98% of the time is right. This Android, bro, if I type something and I look down, it's a whole nother conversation. Like, what? So, especially if you driving. So the dude who was typing, maybe he driving or something. Like, the Androids are so terrible, bro.
You go to school with your kids. These are real folks who are counting on jobs. Yeah, they're federal workers, but they're workers. And what Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Republicans are doing.
Zoloff said, yo, your name's Zoloff. He said 45 to 47, Trump's doing his best to clean up Biden's mess.
it seems like, is creating an entire class of unemployed Americans who are unemployed for really no reason other than the fact that Donald Trump and Elon Musk feel like it's time to take a hatchet to the federal budget and not do it strategically. Also, beyond what Democrats are doing here, Chris, in terms of the storytelling, I think it's important the impact that's being felt in Republican areas, Republican districts like Jen Kiggans, Congresswoman of Virginia, Tom Cole, Congressman of Oklahoma. These are places that have high propensities of federal workers as well. So this is not just a story that's just told in the corridors of Washington, D.C. or in blue states across the country. It's really impact that's felt all over the country. And I think Democrats are going to underscore that this week.
Okay, so what is an example of Democrats underscoring their message to President Trump and Elon Musk? Well, here's an example of that today.
My question to Elon Musk, and what the hell are you doing here in America? Go back to South Africa.
So my only thing is, this is supposed to be the party of democracy, DEI. This is the type of rhetoric that they're running with. They're thinking that's going to help them be successful. Of course it's not. Telling Elon Musk to go back to South Africa, give me a break. Now, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, went on to CNN this morning, and she has a plan in regards to federal workers who have lost their jobs. She wants to hire them in her state.
You hosted a roundtable this morning with workers hit by those federal job cuts. What kind of impact is this having in my home state of New York?
It is absolutely devastating. You know, some people are on the verge of tears. I gathered about 10 people who unceremoniously were dumped, some of them on Valentine's Day. People that were working to fight consumer fraud, making sure that the huge corporations that are trying to evade taxes have to pay. People who take care of our veterans, people who are making us safe, all of them were just dumped. And I know the Trump-Musk administration doesn't have regard for them. They think they're disposable, that they make no contributions. But guess what? These are people who keep our sky safe. They're the ones who are researching, making sure we can have cures for our kids so our kids don't get sick, taking care of vaccinations. Countless ways that these are highly valuable people. But in New York, we're saying you get fired by them. In New York, you're hired.
So my question to the governor is, everyone that is being fired important? Is every single employee that has been let go essential, critical to our safety? Are you suggesting that there should be no cuts? If you are agreeing with cuts, how much? See, you spend all this time being hyperbolic, but you're not actually being clear or providing any solutions in regards to that entire plan to shrink the federal government. Now, you're the governor of your state. You can expand your government if you like.
And just literally today, you'll start seeing in Washington at you.
My bad. I'm about to start responding to the chat. A lot of times I end up talking to people that's not subscribed, so I want to stop doing that. But shout out.
Union Station, you'll see ads that show basically this message: that you want a job in public service, we respect you, we want you to stay, and so here it is. We want you to come back and work for us. I will hire you. I need you. We have 7,000 openings in the state of New York, and we value public service. Public service.
Yo, Christian Medwin said, what is RFK doing? Hunting bears in Central Park? He's trying to fix the FDA.
Servants take care of our people. That's what it's all about. So come on board. We'll hire you.
All right, so let's just be honest here. She has 7,000 positions that are open. The reason why they probably haven't been filled is because the high cost of living, the high tax rate, the crime levels over there, not to mention how hard it is to find a decent place. I mean, come on, give us a break. I don't think in mass government employees are going to take her up on that offer unless she raises the wages. I know they're all about that. Now let's go to the next story, because you see them melting down over that. But wait till you hear what Trump confirmed today, which is 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Yes, that is going to happen starting tomorrow. Here is the president announcing that.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take
no room left for Mexico or for Canada? No, the tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
Mr. President, just to follow up on my colleague's question.
And just so you understand, vast amounts of fentanyl have poured into our country from
Trump responding to Zelensky. Hold up, bro.
President Trump hitting back at Ukrainian President Zelensky just a short time ago on President Zelensky's comments in London yesterday during a briefing where he said, quote, "An agreement to end the war is still very, very far away, and no one has started all these steps yet." President Trump responded to Zelensky by saying, quote, "This is the worst statement that could have been made by Zelensky, and America will not put up with it for much longer." It is what I was saying. This guy doesn't want there to be peace as long as he has America's backing and Europe. In the meeting they had with Zelensky, stated flatly that they cannot do the job without the U.S. Probably not a great statement to have been made in terms of show of strength against Russia. What are they thinking? The Democrats aren't outraged by President Zelensky. They're mad at President Trump.
If Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Putin believe that they're going to intimidate and bully and threaten President Zelensky to join the club of corrupt and unprincipled leaders, they will literally need to wait until hell freezes over twice, because this is a man who is committed to the survival of his country.
The propaganda is what's coming out of J.D. Vance's mouth, and it's Russian propaganda.
I saw the meeting as a despicable display of bullying by the president.
It was Vice President Vance, particularly, who was on the offense, who was berating President Zelensky.
It is absolutely shameful what is happening right now. The White House has become an arm of...
Shout out to Deplorable Veteran, said, glad to find your channel. Appreciate you.
The Kremlin.
If y'all just subscribe, let me know if y'all subscribed in here.
Have never felt such shame about American policy before, and I don't know how our allies trust us after this.
Putin and his cronies are probably popping champagne bottles right now.
We have someone that is occupying the White House, and as far as I'm concerned, he is an enemy to the United States.
Randy 2K said, well, I want to go against Trump. Y'all go move to Ukraine and enjoy your life.
On the other hand, the rational one, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is standing up for President Trump and calling out Democrats for having a double standard when it comes to peace talks. Watch.
Shouldn't we all be happy that we have a president who's trying to stop wars and prevent them instead of start them? And I just don't get it. I really don't, other than the fact that it's Donald J. Trump. If this was a Democrat that was doing this, everyone would be saying, well, he's on his way to the Nobel Peace Prize. Yep. This is absurd. We are trying to end a war. You cannot end a war unless both sides come to the table, starting with the Russians. If there are no negotiations, what is the alternative? Another 4 years of war, another 3 years of war, in which the United States and Europe continues to pour billions of dollars into a war in Ukraine? Is that the alternative?
Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno here with my co-hosts, Kayleigh McEnany and Harris Faulkner. And also joining us today, Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business, and the Larry Kudlow, host of Kudlow on Fox Business. Now, Kayleigh, I want to talk to you about the Democrat reaction and perhaps more chronologically accurate, the Democrat carpet that was laid out for President Zelensky, because the reality is the impact on him, the influence on him, and his preparation was far different and did not begin with the Oval Office, what we saw on camera. In fact, as we saw earlier, Democrat Chris Murphy came out and said, we had a meeting beforehand, posting a photo on X and saying, and I told him not to accept a peace deal and the mineral deal. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he met with several lawmakers, to your exact point. And one thing is clear. I mean, Zelensky came in with a strategy, and it's confounding why your strategy would be bite the hand that feeds me. And that sounds harsh, but make no mistake, the U.S. has fed Zelensky in Ukraine to the tune of $183 billion. Something that I think was missed by a lot of folks is this. The dispute that we saw play out in dramatic, explosive fashion here on Outnumbered did not take place until 43 minutes into the meeting. What happened in the preceding 43 minutes? It's an important question. Phil Wegman of Real Clear Politics did an analysis of this, looked at the transcript. And if you read the transcript, you find Zelensky continually pushing the buttons of the U.S. delegation. He was bringing up the security guarantee, which President Trump has said explicitly we're not going to put in there as the United States of America. Then he contradicted Trump at several times, trying to correct him. And then Trump said, let's negotiate first. Let's find this peace deal. Then we can talk about security. And Zelensky said, well, that will not work. So the 43 minutes before were Zelensky pushing the buttons of the United States. And then it was Zelensky who instigated it, took this to a new plateau when he looked at J.D. Vance and said, well, tell me what you mean by diplomacy in a rather hostile fashion. That was his strategy. It did not work. And when you're in the face of U.S. public polling that shows Pew right now, do you have confidence in Zelensky? Well, and 72% said yes in 2020.
Who is this? Hey, y'all, what's her name? Who is this? Lord.
48% say yes now. 78% tell Ipsos they want a peace deal. Where do you think those numbers are today in the face of Zelensky's intransigency?
Great question.
I imagine they are much harsher.
Larry, the whole point is those are arguing, these critics of Trump. So what are you saying? Are you confusing peace with the rote bankrolling and an inability to accept any type of deal whatsoever? A unilateral position. That's not what makes peace.
As Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Friday night, this is the third time that Zelensky has rejected the minerals infrastructure mining deal. Now, let me just pause on this because it's such an important point. In that deal, American companies would come, putting boots on the ground to start the mining and excavation of the rare earth minerals and gold and silver and whatever. This sets up a tripwire so that if the Russians start rolling tanks into these mineral excavations or start bombing them, then they would know that all bloody hell will break loose with the United States and with Donald Trump, who is not Joe Biden. He's a very strong leader. So Zelensky, however, would not accept the minerals deal because he keeps denying the importance for security. This is a major step to secure Ukraine. It puts the United States into Ukraine. It puts our business, again, private sector boots on the ground. You can bet they'll have security forces. So, coming back to what Kayleigh says, I think is right on target. Democrats teed him up to reject essentially all the peace offers here. Zelensky knows full well. Look, he met with Bessent in Kyiv. Bessent said that he was rude and obnoxious to him in those meetings.
Yeah.
He was briefed by White House people before this Oval Office meeting. He knew exactly what was coming, but he was also briefed, you're exactly right, by guys like Chris Murphy, who's a left-wing troublemaker from Connecticut, and he had his left-wing talking points. He doesn't want peace. I don't know what he wants because he's not going to...
He wants our tax money. That's what he wants. He wants our tax money.
President Trump putting Zelensky on blast again after the Oval Office smackdown heard around the world. 47 sending the Ukrainian leader to his room for having a bad attitude on a potential peace deal with Russia. And instead of apologizing, Zelensky was running over to his European friends, where he said, quote, an agreement to end the...
I love how Jesse Waters said that. Instead of apologizing, he was running over to his European friends. That's a fact.
War is still very, very far away. And no one has started.
Can you imagine, bro, if I give you $1,000, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, and then you don't like thank us for it enough. Like, bro, you was wild, bro. You get like hundreds of billions of dollars. You can't say thank you.
All these steps yet. President Trump, not happy with that one.
He should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin.
Thank God. I don't think we need Congress to stop supporting him. I think we could do a freeze. You know, he could do a freeze. I don't think. Hold on, let me check this out.
Given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us. I want one thing to happen. I want all of those young people to stop being killed. They're being killed by the thousands every single week. The money is one thing, but the death, and they're losing thousands of soldiers a week. He said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time, and he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal, and if somebody...
Says the U.S. pledges more than $65 billion in military aid assistance to Ukraine under the Biden administration, but President Trump decided Monday to pull the plug, at least temporarily. The big picture: following a contentious televised meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, Trump debated his next steps in the crisis with Ukraine and indicated a possible suspension of U.S. military aid. The decision to pause and review all military aid, which comes as Trump pushes for peace talks, will be detrimental to Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russia. While Trump has not authorized a new assistance package for Ukraine, billions of dollars of equipment committed under Biden remains in different stages along the delivery pipeline, according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Zoom in the so this is a Central whatever they call it, report found that it typically takes about 8 months from the announcement of an arms package to the completion of its delivery. That suggests much of what Biden promised to the last year in office has likely not yet been delivered. So if he's pausing like all aid and hasn't been delivered yet, there's a lot of stuff they haven't even got. Well, that's crazy, bro.
He doesn't want to make a deal. I think that person won't be around very long.
All right, so it says, by the numbers, as of January 20th, the U.S. had doled out $65.9 billion in military assistance to the country since Russia's invasion in February 2022, per the State Department. That includes air defense equipment, guns, ammunition, missiles, laser-guided rocket systems, air surveillance radars, helicopter bomb launchers, hundreds of thousands of artillery rounds, tanks, armored vehicles, boats, and more, including humanitarian and financial assistance. Congress has appropriated $174.2 billion for Ukraine since 2022. So on top of that, $174.2 billion. That's crazy, bro.
President Trump also teasing that he'll have more to say on a minerals deal with Ukraine during his joint address to Congress, which you can catch special coverage starting tomorrow at 9 Eastern, right here on Fox News Channel. Meanwhile, the Democrats and the media are screaming, Russia, Russia, Russia.
The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin.
The Kremlin is delighted.
The only winner in that exchange is Putin.
He's very much in Putin's camp.
As far as I'm concerned, he is an enemy to the United States.
And Secretary Rubio is pointing out how President Trump would be getting a Nobel Peace Prize over his efforts to end the war if only there was a D next to his name.
Shouldn't we all be happy that we have a president who's trying to stop wars and prevent them instead of start them? And I just don't get it. I really don't. Other than the
Meanwhile, Trump is finding more investments in the United States. There's like another big company. He did let me show y'all this. So while Zelensky's trying to take money from us, Trump is trying to bring money to America and stop the endless spending. What's going on with Ukraine?
This gentleman is a very unique man. It's, I think I could say in the world of chips, certainly, but in the world pretty much of business, nobody's done what he's done. For those of you that are into that world, you would say, wow, he's a legend, but he is a legend, and it's an honor to be with you. Very great honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Welcoming from TSMC, which is the biggest there is at a level that you can't even calculate, frankly. CC Wei to the White House for a very historic announcement. This is a tremendous thing for our country and hopefully for his company. We're also pleased to be joined by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and White House AI and the crypto czar David Sachs, another two very highly respected people. It's great to have you guys
potato chips
involved. And David, thank you very much for coming on. David is sort of the king of intellect in that world. We have some good people. Today, Taiwan Semiconductor is announcing that they will be investing at least $100 billion in new capital in the United States over the next short period of time to build state-of-the-art semiconductor manufacturing facilities. I think mostly it's going to be in Arizona, which is what I understand, which is a great state. I like it because I won it, but I won most of them, actually. But I did. We won it, and we won it big. The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America. And it'll be a big percentage of the chips made by his company. But as you know, they're based mostly in Taiwan. And they're far and away the biggest. There's nobody even close. This $100 billion in new investment will go into building 5 cutting-edge fabrication facilities in the great state that we just discussed, Arizona, and will create thousands of jobs, many thousands of jobs, and the high-paying jobs. In total, today's announcement brings Taiwan Semiconductor investments to about $165 billion they've started already. Among the largest new foreign direct investments in the United States, Apple, as you know, made a big announcement last week.
Christian Manwig, chill, bro. He is on RFK's heels. Shout out to RFK, man. You wildin', man.
500 billion, and we have some others that have announced. We have many that want to announce, but I don't have time to do all of these announcements, I tell you. But
yeah, there's so many people trying to invest in America. It's insane.
I'm doing the announcement.
Thank you.
This will create hundreds of billions of dollars in economic activity and boost America's dominance in artificial intelligence and beyond. Semiconductors are the backbone of the 21st century economy, and really, without the semiconductors, there is
We only got 80,000 views. Hit the like button. Stop playing double tap the screen. Everything Thug Life. Hit everything.
no economy. Powering everything from AI to automobiles to advanced manufacturing. And
what y'all doing?
we must be able to
PGZ,
build
what
the
they
chips
doing?
and semiconductors that we need right here in American factories with American skill and
Hey, Grade 59, I can't say that. I see your comment, though.
American labor. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, bro. He is bringing back mega business back into America, semiconductors, everything. Shout out to Trump, bro.
Fact that it's Donald J. Trump. If this was a Democrat that was doing this, everyone would be saying, well, he's on his way to the Nobel Peace Prize. This is absurd.
Hold up, real quick. Is anybody following this channel from TikTok, or y'all just seeing it like as y'all like scrolling and everything? Because my TikTok been blowing up.
Judge Jeanine Pirro, I'm not sure if we heard from you yet on this issue.
I'm so happy you came to me. I wasn't here on Friday. I was sick.
Welcome back.
I can't wait to hear what she be saying, because she be going off.
Thank you for welcoming me back like that. Okay, here's the deal. Zelensky was briefed on why he was supposed to be going to the Oval Office. His people were briefed on what was going to happen in the Oval Office. So he goes there knowing that the United States has given him $350 billion. Gift. The EU has given him $100 billion, which is a loan. Okay, so we're the suckers at the other end. So Trump comes in. He wants to end the killing. And Zelensky, at the end of the day, wants to keep fighting. Okay? He doesn't want to stop the fighting.
Yo, have y'all seen her Twitter? Bro, if she says anything, bro, she be having like 20 to like 80,000 people liking. Like, this lady's Twitter be jumping.
He says, quote, since the end of the war with Russia is, quote, very, very far away.
Shane Hanlon said YouTube here.
Now, Zelensky wanted the moral condemnation
Dago scrolling. Jason scrolling.
of Putin.
Jamie said from TikTok.
Zelensky wanted, and they started lecturing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance about counting on you to stop Putin. And Zelensky is then trying to renegotiate the deal, which is what got J.D. Vance's backup. He said, you don't come here in front of the cameras to renegotiate the deal. You're here for a reason. Now, here's the stupidity of it all. This guy Zelensky's playing checkers and Trump is playing chess. Mm-hmm. He wants to end the death. He wants to end the war. And how do we do that? Putin is an evil man. Trump knows that. He may say, I understand him. But
first of all, can somebody like super chat me like $100,000? Because I didn't just order this Cybertruck I got to pick up tomorrow, and it just hit me. I got to pay for this. Somebody super chat me $100,000. Help me.
More than anything, Trump wants to keep Putin from connecting with China to protect us. So with this mineral deal, we will have not just security and a collateral for our money, but we'll have Americans there, businesses there. We'll have boots on the ground, not military boots, but American feet on the ground. And you can bet your bottom dollar, you idiot Zelensky, that with Americans on the ground, Donald Trump is going to protect us if there is any invasion. How does he not understand that? His ego was so huge, and then the Democrats come in, this Chris Murphy, and says, don't take the deal. This guy Zelensky's a fool. He had a fight with Biden. Biden even yelled at him in 2022 and said, you're an ungrateful pig.
Does this deal go through with the minerals?
It should, right? When you look at what Ukraine has at hand, there's a negotiation to be made. There's a point at which they can come together. And I think all of us have had a chance to watch what happened in the Oval Office play out many times.
Hey, Blue, you better stop playing with me, Blue. Mega 112. Stop playing with me.
Some of us have even tried to go back farther and see what that conversation was like before it came to this severe disagreement, or however you want to describe that moment that we all watched together. And it was a cordial discussion before then. Zelensky seems to keep putting himself into an awkward position that he's having to climb out of, saying to which
Shout
the
out to Colin Ratley. He said, "This is for your bumper sticker." I'm gonna be driving the Cybertruck with a 199 Trump sticker on it.
President responded, Zelensky saying,
and if they try to scratch it, it don't matter. It's like steel. You know what I'm saying?
This war is very far from being over. President Trump immediately took to Truth Social and, essentially said, paraphrasing, what a ridiculously stupid statement. There is a way to end this war, and it's through peace. And that is the word that the president continues to use. So the country and the world is going to have to look forward to tomorrow night. This is going to be critical because the president, when he was speaking today in the Roosevelt Room with that financial announcement, investments coming to America, he was asked about this in Q&A from reporters, and he said, I'll have a lot to say about this tomorrow night. So he has said Zelensky is welcome to come back to the table with conditions, okay? And also highlighting, with all this Russia talk, how about Europe? Everybody's quick to point out, the media and the left, to say,
Dude says Cybertruck is garbage. What kind of truck you drive? Because people who be saying that, I'll be looking, they still driving an old S10. Be trying to hate on Teslas. What you drive? Have you been in one, bro? Like, they lit, bro.
Oh, look at our European allies, the way they're reacting to this. They're also buying a lot of energy and oil and gas every single day from Russia, lining Russia's pockets. So we'll see what he has to say tomorrow night, but I think that's what's next in all of this.
You were off also on Friday. Were you sick too, Greg? Or
well, that's what the judge told me to say.
Yeah, we were together.
We were both sick.
Yeah, rumors get started.
Yeah, I've got to take those pictures down off my OnlyFans. There are two funny things going on right now. One, it's like you're watching the media walking in on a movie at the third act, and they have no idea what happened before. And it's like, oh my God, one man is beating up another man. This is terrible. And then you rewind and you find out the guy that's getting beaten up had it coming. Yeah. He's a criminal and he deserved it. So right now, I find it funny because to me, this is a negotiation process. Anybody who's been in a negotiation knows there's always a walkout or a blow up. I've done it, I don't know, 10 times. I get up whenever I'm in contract negotiations, I leave. It's the best tip for anybody. Get up and leave. Yep. And you know what happened? It resets. My prediction is, of course, there's a deal. Yeah. This was just a little step along the way. And anybody who freaks out about it has never actually. This is the god of transparency. Donald Trump just showed you how negotiations work. He might throw you out. He's turned this whole thing into Celebrity Apprentice. It's some business. He realizes that if you want peace in the world, you don't spread democracy, you spread business, because you create business relationships with people, and then they don't want to kill you. It's as simple as that. So the question then, the funniest part is like, what do the Democrats do? How do you respond to, once again, this blunt common sense?
Should we listen to what the Democrats are saying about this? Because they gonna be going in on Trump, bro. Like they don't be saying nothing good. Hold on.
So we want to find what the American people are thinking. I think, Dana, for the purposes of the numbers I'm about to show you, and this goes back a ways now, sometimes it's 6 weeks, sometimes 2 years, is that the political parties really see this story in a very different way, okay? So this is our polling.
Said I'd rather spend my $100K on a house. I got a house. I got like a little house in the back. Like, I mean, you want me to buy another house? Like, you want me to ever have a nice car? I've got 2 Teslas. I mean, I do. But I was going to trade one in for it. You know what I mean? But it's like, what? I mean, bro, you going to die one day. Like, like one of my, bro, thug life. One of the jobs I used to have, I was taking people to the morgue. That was one of the jobs I used to have. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I see people, like, get up out of here quick a lot. You know what I'm saying? I used to see that. So it's like, you only live once, bro. I can't take every house with me. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool. Like, I got assets. I got houses. I got stocks. I got all of that. It's good. But it's like, bro, I still want a Cybertruck, bro. That's not going to change.
From 6 weeks ago, how concerned are you about Russia's invasion?
I used to do that when I used to get salty. Somebody's about to get something new. Like, yeah, you should rather buy a house. Like, bro, like.
This here, I think, is quite telling. Extremely or very, okay? So it's about 2/3 of the American people. Democrats much more at 73, Republicans less at 54. Then look at this from Gallup, okay? So this is the last couple of weeks now. U.S. support of Ukraine. Limited time frame or as long as
I can't wait for tomorrow when Trump addresses Congress. I cannot wait.
Takes. So Republicans are 2/3 for limited time frame. Democrats are about 2/3 for.
Stop hating on my Cybertruck, Jigsaw. What's your name, Jigsaw player? Stop hating, bro.
As long as it takes, and I'm gonna in 2 more frames here. I'm gonna show you really a telling graph. I think about.
I'm gonna work 5 jobs to make that payment.
The current conflict. This is how do you feel about ending the war in Ukraine? Do you support reclaiming territory?
Shout out to y'all. We just hit 121,000 subscribers. I appreciate y'all. We was just at 120,000. I appreciate everybody that's been subscribing. But I ain't at 1 million yet. We need 122,000. Hit it.
End it quickly. I find a bit of a split here, right? 58 to 40%. But these are the lines I think that really tell a story. In red is Republican, in blue is Democrat. Here's the question. Should it end as quickly as possible? This Republican line.
Smoking fire. How can you help me? Just anything for the Cybertruck fund. Like anything, 50 cent, anything. Help me. Help me.
Here goes to 74%. The Democratic line goes to about 35%, but clearly...
Right, Russia-Ukraine conflict should end as quickly as possible, 46%. Okay.
There's a difference of opinion here. You know, Republicans and Democrats, independents, by the way, in the middle at 47%. All that said, if you watch the shows on Sunday, they are adamant.
My girl,
But when you do watch the entire exchange, you do see that Donald Trump in particular was uncharacteristically patient and diplomatic, as Zelensky just was dismissive, would make comments, would roll his eyes. It was just... I just don't know why that performance took place. And I do wonder whether this relationship between Zelensky and the Trump administration is salvageable. I hope for the sake of the Ukrainian people it is salvageable and it's done quickly. But even some of Zelensky's biggest supporters, including Senator Lindsey Graham, who has campaigned endlessly for further funding for Ukraine, even he was appalled by what happened in the Oval Office. And I've got to say, this is significant. This is his comments shortly after the press conference ended.
What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. I think most Americans saw a guy that they would not want to go in business with. The way he handled the meeting, the way he confronted the president, was just over the top. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
That's from Vladimir Zelensky's most ardent backer, arguably, over the past 3 years. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio explains here the administration's frustrations with Zelensky and the discussions he had about that minerals deal, which Zelensky backed in the meetings they had.
And he said, sure, we want to do this deal. It makes all the sense in the world. The only thing is I need to run it through my legislative process. They have to approve it. I read 2 days later that Zelensky's out there saying, I rejected the deal. I told him no way, that we're not doing that. Well, that's not what happened in that meeting. So you start to get upset by somebody. We're trying to help these guys. President Trump's not the kind of person that's going to sit there and take that. He's very transparent. He's going to tell you exactly how he feels. And he sent a message that he's not going to get gamed here. He's willing to work on peace because he cares about Ukraine. And he hopes Zelensky will be a partner in that and not someone who's out there putting this sort of counter messaging to try to, hustle us in that regard. That's not going to be productive here.
Josh, this hustling, these strategies may have worked with the last administration. We do know Joe Biden lost his temper with Zelensky and shouted at him. But in the end, he kept writing these massive checks on behalf of the American people. But the American people don't want this anymore. They don't want to be funding this war. This was an election issue. We know precisely where President Trump stands on this issue. So again, I do wonder.
Shout out to Rita. She be doing the segments, Lefties Losing It. She got Sky News Australia on the map. I don't care what nobody says. Shout out to Rita.
Why Zelensky took the route he took, knowing this administration's position on this entire catastrophe.
So here's my best guess. I mean, I genuinely meant what I said a few minutes ago. I think that Vladimir Zelensky is kind of an idiot when it comes to international geopolitics. I actually do not think he understands American political dynamics particularly well. By the way, he would be far from the first foreign leader to fail to properly understand American political dynamics. Our politics can be a little complicated. Not necessarily his fault there, but he also just totally mistook the year. I mean, the year is 2025. I think that he still thinks the year is 2022 and that Joe Biden is still in charge because, again, he has made his bed with the Democrats. He did that whole campaign stop with Kamala Harris there.
I love that the Republicans cut him off. I love that.
He's just completely unwilling to read the room and to see the tea leaves and recognize what they are. By the way, the deal that he should have agreed to, that I still think ultimately has a chance if Zelensky steps down and is replaced by a different leader there, this mineral rights deal, actually a pretty good deal for Ukraine. The U.S. is not going to go all in at this point on a NATO-esque security guarantee with boots on the ground thing for Ukraine. What a mineral rights deal does do, though, or some sort of economic arrangement, it gives the United States real, meaningful, tangible skin in the game. That actually does make them invested, quite literally, in the outcome of peace and prosperity and economic growth and the
Hold on.
While we're in the United States and talking about Trump, etc., you would have seen, I'm sure, over the weekend, his meeting with the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Now, I'm not going to go chapter and verse into it because, well, if you haven't seen the coverage, you have definitely been living under a rock. But
hey, should we see what Rachel Maddow's saying?
As a small reminder of how things went.
So we could laugh.
Here's a little bit of the meeting between Zelensky and Donald Trump the other day.
You haven't been alone.
Cabinet,
you haven't been alone.
Cut my president off, bro. What you doing, man?
You through this stupid president $350 billion. We gave you military equipment.
Stop cutting my president off, dog.
And you men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
Now, Zelensky has gone to the US to publicly sign a minerals sharing deal between Ukraine and the US that would then become a major plank of negotiating an end to the war between Ukraine and Russia. They set up a great trap for Zelensky there. He walked in, he became argumentative, and they were just as argumentative back, they being Trump and his Vice President J.D. Vance, who also took up the torch against Zelensky. Take a look.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No, in this
even
entire
today,
meeting, you said thank you.
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Now, there's been a lot of talk since then that Vance overstepped the line, and how dare he speak directly to Zelensky and say, you should be more grateful for what we have done to you, as though he were the
exactly like, hold on, somebody said we need to worry more about America. Yeah, and I don't understand why people are mad that Trump's like taking a stance. No, we need to worry about America. Y'all go fight that out. If you don't want to do a peace deal, y'all go fight that out. You ain't using our money. I love it. Hold up.
Good evening from
Let's see what they say.
New York, I'm Chris Hayes. Today, Donald Trump irreparably destroyed the 80-year-old post-World War II international order. His total abandonment of Ukraine in front of the cameras was on display for the entire world to see.
Hey, MSNBC, y'all be bugging, bro. This like, look at, he can't even, I can't take this dude serious, bro.
It was a truly historic moment, not in the good way. One that I fear realigned the world order, upending the only foreign policy consensus that most living Americans and Europeans have ever known. Today's Oval Office meeting started to turn ugly when Trump apparently thought that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky was not being deferential enough to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I really count on your strong...
Oh my God, they're trying to prop Zelensky up. Are you serious, Democrats? What is y'all doing? Hey, Christian Madwood, you be listening to this?
Position to stop Putin, and you said that enough with the war. I think that is very...
Y'all mad that they calling the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America now? Like, what is up with y'all Democrats? Y'all be so anti-America, bro. Like, y'all be bugging.
Important been to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he's a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him.
I'm aligned with the world.
What you mean, like, oh, he's a killer, he's a terrorist? Bro, we trying to do a ceasefire. Why are you doing all that? Why are you doing all that right now? Like, we need a ceasefire. Like, and MSNBC is highlighting Putin's a killer. Like, they highlight everything negative. They're like, we go rock with Zelensky. We go just give all of our money to Zelensky. Y'all Democrats, it's crazy.
I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred.
It only got worse from there as Trump and his vice president lashed out against Zelensky in the Oval Office. We're going to play all 7 minutes of that exchange. It happened.
They not like us. They not like us. How y'all like? Hey, are these Democratic, like, are they just like selling out America? Is that like their whole agenda? I be trying, bro. Thug life. I see all the hundreds in here. Thug life. Do the Democrats just be like, let's see how we gonna sell America out today? That's how I be feeling. When I be watching these reporters, I be like, what is you talking about, dog? Oh, Trump don't want to sell out America. I don't know why people like Trump, because like he don't want to. Like, we all just be wilding. Let's highlight everything great about Zelensky and nothing good about our president. Y'all be bugging. Yeah, their numbers are dying, bro. Look, you seen Fox News? How many people subscribe to Fox News, bro? Because people cannot be watching this MSNBC foolery.
Earlier today, a lot of people at work, and you've probably seen clips, but the context here is important. Everyone should see how the president and vice president of the United States...
Yeah, that's why MSNBC got 8 million followers. Fox News got 13.2 million followers. I think people are just starting to wake up, bro. First of all, I ain't gonna attack his appearance. You know what I'm saying? Thug life. But y'all rocking with what he said. Like, y'all is bugging, bro.
Conducted themselves on the world stage.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy.
Yo, we got 132,000 views. Shout out to y'all. Hit the subscribe button. Colin Bradley, he said mainstream media numbers are dying.
That's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect.
A member on the channel, Burray Collins, y'all get your membership. Stop playing. He said Democrats are getting weirder by the day.
I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
And first of all, JD Vance is talking right now about the whole interaction that just happened. Right now, Thug Life, he talking about it. Right now. I'm trying to wait for them to finish the live, because you can't like go live while somebody else is live, like reacting to their live. It's like the rules. You know what I'm saying? So I'm waiting for them to finish it.
Now you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Let's see how MSNBC is going to spin JD Vance saying that you should thank America. Let's see how they spin that to be negative about the Republican Party. Let's see.
That you say what problems we have.
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Shout
out to Eastsider. He said, new to the channel.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, Everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to...
To him, Trump! MSNBC, I don't even know how y'all can even make this bad. Like, Trump is talking to this dude so thug life. I like how Trump handled that. He backed the vice president. That's what you should do. Y'all can't spin this.
Solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Jose, I see you with Jose Cruz Torres. They can't spin this. Trump handling dog.
You're in no position to dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning.
He won't even let the president talk, bro. Yeah, Trump is the GOAT, Jigsaw. Like, Zelensky trying to cut off our president. Like, what's up with this dude, bro? Were you in America?
Of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards.
Still trying to cut off our president, bro. We're not playing cards. Like, bro.
You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's back to you, far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and...
That's crazy. He in a meeting in the White House in America. We've been giving him crazy money, and he can't even say thank you one time. He can't even wear a suit.
Campaign for the opposition in October, offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone.
In this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days. I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
maybe
new.
less.
Yo, let's see how they're gonna spin this. So they just playing the whole thing. All right, let's get back to him.
I don't think it's hyperbole to say we as a country have never quite seen anything like this particularly appalling spectacle before. Once the meeting concluded, President Zelensky was kicked out of the White House without even signing the rare earth mineral deal. That's the deal that Trump wanted him to sign. He's been trying to bully him into signing to give away resources.
Bro, you don't want America to... Bro, you want... bro, who does this media do? You want America to just keep giving hundreds of billions of dollars to somebody without us getting nothing? Are you crazy? Are you that against America, dog? What is this MSNBC? I better not be subscribed to it. I better not. Y'all hear them? He just wants Trump to just give him money like for no reason. Like, well, to just give him money with no strings attached. He ain't got nothing to say about Europe like loaning money. Nothing. He don't want us to have minerals or nothing. You just want them to just have like untethered access to our money. And we get nothing from it. Hey, y'all Democrats better wake up, thug life. This is crazy.
It's the deal that Trump kept calling a raw earth deal. Trump wanted him to strong arm him into joining on the deal.
He wanted to strong arm him into a deal? What are you talking about? This dude, Lord. Y'all be watching this?
Signing the deal at the White House today, that was the cost of U.S. support. Give us your minerals, we take, and then maybe we'll see what we can do for you.
What? Have you lost your NBC mind? What is wrong with you? Alan Organ with the $5 donation said, where were these discussions when Biden and Harris gave support to Ukraine? Imagine begging the U.S. and misappropriating the funds and asking for more. This is insanity. I see why they be blogging on MSNBC cracking up on them. Like, wow, bro. Like, they don't make no sense. You just want him to just you want Trump... Trump is America, bro. I don't care what nobody say. Thug life. That is America. Thug life. Trump is America. He's speaking for me. You know what I'm saying? He speaks for Americans. Y'all want him to just give this dude hundreds of billions of dollars for nothing?
A planned joint press conference between him and President Trump was abruptly canceled. In later remarks to reporters today, Trump let slip the real reason he kicked Zelensky out today.
He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer.
He got...
Yes, bro. How'd you even try to spin it? Bro, who is the writers? Who wrote this? Who wrote this piece for this dude? How can you spin that? Yeah, you got to come here and say you want to make peace. Like, what you think? You think America, but we ain't got money like that? People already worried about Social Security, all that. This dude out here, like, don't want to stop the war. He had a battery in his back from Biden, like, making him, like, bruh. Like, we need peace. And we know Biden and Harris is really trying to, like, weaken, like, Vladimir Putin, like, you know what I'm saying, using this as a proxy war. Keep giving it, giving Ukraine money. So we ain't got to fight. We can just give them money. You know what I'm saying? But it's going to weaken both of them, really, in all reality. But Putin's going to start hurting economically and everything over this war. Let's keep dragging it on, giving them more and more money. But Trump, like, we ain't about to play that game. We using Department of Government officials. See, we're going to find out what's going on in the Treasury Department. Next, we're going to the military. You know what I'm saying? They're going to do an audit on the military. We're going to find out all the spending. We're going to find out how to save money, to save Social Security, and to present a plan to Congress so we can do no taxes on overtimes and no taxes on tips. We working on America first. If you don't want to stop this war, you want to keep going. Go fight it. You over the sea anyway. Go fight the war. We gonna build America back up. We ain't got. And then Trump went on. Next few days, next thing I know, he doing like speeches with other people trying to, give money to America and invest in America. That's what he focused on. If this little dude don't want to go ahead and make peace, all right, you ain't about to spend all our money. America is a business. United States is a business, and we ain't going. And what does Zelensky do? I can't have the money. No. Okay, well, let me just go to Europe and ask for it. He went to Europe and asked for it with the same shirt on.
Upset because he was saying negative things about Donald Trump's buddy, mentor, something else, Vladimir Putin. That's what happened. Or alternately,
bro, he don't even believe what he's saying, bro. Look at this, like he looking away. He don't even believe, bro. I'll be like, if I mean something, I'm like this to the camera. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm to the left. I'm looking. Look at how he talking.
Saying negative things about Donald Trump's buddy, mentor, something else, Vladimir Putin. That's what happened. Or alternately, another way that today looks to me on its face is that it was a planned ambush to effectively jettison Ukraine and complete the switching of sides of the U.S. in line with, again, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's Russia first views. They like Russia. They want the U.S. to be more like Russia. They like Vladimir Putin. They don't like democratic countries. Predictably, Donald Trump's Republican toadies practically tripped over themselves to be the first to lavish praise on this morning's
EC1153 is a subscriber in the comments section. He said, all that money is not all spent. It is very interesting. It is very interesting places. What? Shane Hetland says Zelensky bought a very expensive car from the money we sent. He is a scumbag. Let me see if he bought a car.
Embarrassing display. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who was rather quiet during much of the meeting, sitting there sullenly on the couch, found his voice on social media posting, "Thank you, POTUS, for standing up for America in a way that no president has ever had the courage to do before. Thank you for putting America first. America is with you." Meanwhile, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina.
No, Zelensky didn't buy that. It was like a, hold on. Let me show you. We're going to keep it fair. We're going to keep it fair. It says, despite online claims, Zelensky didn't buy Hitler's car.
Who earlier this month, and I mean like a few weeks ago, on tape in front of the whole world, called Zelensky the ally he, quote, been hoping for all my life, is now also apparently on Team Russia.
I've never been more proud of President Trump for showing the American people.
Team Russia? Bro, is you... Who? I'm about to call MSNBC. What's their customer service number? They is bugging. Hold up, what is MSNBC? I'm about to call them. Because they wilding. Wait till I find out their number, bro.
People in the world, you don't trifle with this man. JD was awesome. This was a missed opportunity. And the question for me, for the Ukrainian people, I don't know if Zelensky can ever get you to where you want to go with the United States. Either he dramatically changes or you need to get somebody new. If I were him, I would profusely apologize to the way he treated our president.
He said Trump is a Putin simp. How? Because he wants to end the war? Bro, you know they're going to end up trying to drag us into the war. Like, he wants to end that. You think them... Shout out to European people. I ain't got no problem with y'all. Y'all be, subscribe. People that live in London and all that. You know what I'm saying? But y'all military ain't all that. You see what I'm saying? Like, they gonna be trying to get us to go over there. Like, no, we need to end this war. That ain't being no simp.
And the vice president in the Oval Office. I don't know if you can repair the damage. I don't know if you can ever do a deal with Zelensky anymore.
Let's be clear here. There is a lot, so much to criticize about the past 80 years of American foreign policy. I've been doing a lot of that criticizing myself for most of my time as a professional journalist, commentator. What Donald Trump is building in its wake right now, in front of all of us, with these actions, he's doing things. It's not just words.
He don't even have an argument, bro. He's doing things. Words. What he's doing. Things. He's doing things. You don't even know what you're saying because I'm about to choke on this gum. You don't even know what you're saying because the thug life. The president is right. That's why you can't say nothing. He get me heated, bro. He don't know what he's saying. The president's doing things. The things he has done is just the thing. You don't even know what you're saying. They can't even spin this. They know Trump is 100% right. There is nothing y'all can do right now. Shout out to Tyson Garcia. Stephanie, I see you in here. It's that word salad.
When the United States partners itself with authoritarian regimes, sides with Vladimir Putin.
How are they partnering themselves with Putin? How did Trump align himself? What is he saying? If Trump is sitting there with Zelensky, I don't see Vladimir Putin sitting there. I see Zelensky sitting there. And he said, we need to make peace. How is that partnering with, what did you say in Thug Life? Trump literally said in that meeting, he was like, I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm not aligned with you. I'm not aligned with nobody. I'm aligned with the American people. What are you not understanding? How are you trying to spin this and say he's aligned with Putin? What is he talking about? Mr. Word Salad? Trump's doing things and he walked down the street, he got in a car, and then he's in a meeting and like, what? Darius Hall, shout out to you with the 99 cents. Am I bugging?
Against Democratic allies is undoubtedly worse.
Shout out to our more with the 99 cents. Siddos, appreciate you.
Than what we had before. This will have massive consequences for global politics for decades to come.
Yeah, and you know what the consequence is going to be? People are going to look at America like we stand on business. And you can't come here trying to start wars, or not start, but continue on wars. This is diplomacy now. And if you ain't going to be diplomatic, you ain't going to be welcome in our... Get out! That's what it sets the world stage to look at America, which is a superpower out here, is serious. This is a man that can actually walk up the steps of Air Force One. Can actually give 2-hour speeches if he felt like it. Can sign executive orders and talk and give you a history why he's doing it. Biden could never do this. And this is a MSNBC that felt like Biden was mentally competent to do his job. And they sitting here trying to criticize Donald Trump. That is crazy. Shane Hannian with the 199 said you can't disrespect Putin and work out a deal. We need, and shout out, hit the Thug Life. Like, what is he talking about, bro? He aligned. He want to work out a deal. He aligned with Putin. Like, what? I should have known when your frames didn't match your suit. You ain't know what you was talking about. Darius Hall with the 199. He said MSNBC wants us in the war as a Marine. I say no. Robert Jackson said you drank the Kool-Aid, did you? What you talking about? Like, this is insanity.
The American-European alliance is effectively over. The North Star of the post-war order, where the United States' strongest alliances are with fellow democracies over authoritarian regimes, has ended.
What are you talking? Bruh! First of all, we're an American like superpower. Everybody gonna listen to us. So what are you talking about? They gotta work with us. They gonna listen to whatever we say. You don't like the president standing on business? He would like our president to be ran over by Zelensky. That's what he would like. Trump ain't going, no.
80 years of diplomacy, born of ashes and 35 million dead. Undone by 1.5 men today. I think it makes America weaker, definitely.
You think it makes America... Look at him looking to the side. You don't even know what you're talking about. I think it makes America weaker. How does a president putting another president in his place and telling him he ain't got no cards make America look weak? If Zelensky walking in there, no suit on, over talking our president, if he was to give him $100 billion and let him walk away, that would be strong to you? He has lost his MSNBC mind. Ain't no way. No. Your tie too colorful for me to... what is he talking about?
More vulnerable.
Shane Hannian with the 199. He said, clip, Zelensky saying America can unalive in the war. Like, I haven't seen that.
It is going to make the world more dangerous as a result, no question. We're already seeing our European allies scramble to fill the void. Leaders from France and Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania.
Let them fill the void. Let them pay money. That is on their continent. Let them pay money. Yes. We don't need to be paying all the money. Let them start putting money in the pot. Why you up here on MSNBC trying to protect their pockets? Let them pay.
Netherlands, Norway, Poland.
Mile High said, bro, looks like a sim. Hey, and Ma Siddle with the 199 said it's not Cold War. We are not paying taxes for this. Exactly. Hey, do y'all like when you look at how much money you done paid in tax? Do you like some Zelensky just coming over to America like? And then you be like, what do they even do for us? You ain't in NATO? Like, what? Why are we giving you money? Like, what do they do? Let something go down in America. You think Zelensky gonna send some troops to America? Think about that.
Portugal, Spain, and Sweden, among others. And
when Michigan was having a water crisis, did you think Zelensky was doing press conferences like, oh, we want to help America with their water? When Michigan was having that problem, Flint, Michigan, no, they don't care about us. Why we got to be caring all about them?
Immediately issued strong statements of support for the Ukrainian people who were invaded and have been shot at and getting killed by Russian soldiers. It appears they too are waking up to the stark reality that America under Donald Trump will no longer be a leader on the world stage.
You're not acting grateful enough. You're not being thankful. Donald Trump, to the leader of Ukraine. Joining our ongoing coverage, former United States ambassador.
Just sneak this Donald Trump, bro. Like, how y'all be Donald Trump to the leader of Ukraine? So what? Donald Trump ain't a leader? Lady. What you mean? She didn't say our president, Donald Trump, to the leader. Like, bro, like she trying to like, no, Zelensky ain't above us. Like, y'all, MSNBC, bro. I'm trying to be fair. I can't. Darius Hall with the 199. Shout out to you for supporting the channel. He said, oh, love, but chill on Michigan. Shout out to Michigan. I'm just saying the water. Thug life. Ukraine wasn't trying to help.
To the United Nations, former national security advisor to President Obama.
What you mean hey, somebody said you guys are losing a lot of investors for this. Like, what do you mean? Do you not see the meetings that Trump is holding? Like, talking about all the investments coming into America? We just reacted to one. Like, no, we not. I don't think we are.
Ambassador Susan Rice is here.
Jigsaw player said the water brown. Like, my chat is don't be playing, bro.
Consider your reaction.
Well, Nicole, obviously it's a very sad day and an embarrassment for the United States on the world stage. But let's step back and analyze what's happening.
Susie said he's the president, same as Trump. Okay, so why didn't she just say both President Trump and President Zelensky? Why she didn't say that? Why she just said the leader of Ukraine and Trump? Like, why she sneaked this in, bro.
Happened here. I think there's no question that this was a setup. You heard Donald Trump say at the end of that clip you played, this is great television. This was a setup. Vladimir, excuse me, Vladimir.
Colin Radley with the 199. Shout out to you. He said, "Make America masculine again."
Zelensky was compelled to agree to a horrible deal that would have sent Ukraine's minerals to the United States without any concrete security guarantees. And yet, because he was trying to improve a relationship with Donald Trump, he came to Washington, he came to the Oval Office and sat down for a meeting, hat in hand. And soon after he got there, the vice president of the United States lit into him and started a confrontation. Now, I've been in countless Oval Office meetings with heads of state, presidents and vice presidents, as national security advisor, as UN ambassador, and in other roles. I can tell you that
shout out to Ali with the 299 said there's an easy path to peace. Putin can go home. And then Alan Organism with the $2 donation says Zelensky was never elected. He's not a president.
Vice president or the secretary of state or anybody else, they don't.
I think they need to hold elections in Ukraine. Like, instead of this dude, bro. Like, let's have an election. Let's get rid of Zelensky. I don't care. Hyperboy likes Putin. Like, y'all gonna say anything. Y'all say it. But I'm tired of Zelensky, bro. I don't like him.
Jump in, hijack a conversation without the express blessing of the president of the United States. So J.D. Vance did that deliberately. Donald Trump knew what he was going to do. And I think, as he said at the end, because he can't, help himself, this was a setup for the cameras. It was a play to his base. But above all, it was a play to Vladimir Putin, to show fealty to Vladimir Putin. And to try things up. But I think
she don't know. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see. Every time I see Rachel Maddow, I just start laughing, bro. Like, I cannot take her serious, man.
Express annoyance with their own constituents for asking about it. They get brusque and short in their answers. Or, like Senator Lisa Murkowski, they just purport to be really perplexed, really confused, really scratching my head. They have a hard time with this. All the Republicans do, especially the guy at the top.
You just mentioned Putin, though, and there's been this controversy the past week. Can you say yes or no whether you have talked to Vladimir Putin since you stopped being president?
Well, I don't comment on that. If I have a relationship...
Yeah, I mean, if he got a relationship and he cool with Putin, that ain't nobody business. Of course, if he's trying to work out a deal, right? I mean, it's our business, thug life. It is what it is. But he's obviously trying to work out a deal between Ukraine and Putin, so he has to talk to him. How he gonna work out a deal if he can't talk to anybody? Like, what?
That's very much like you did talk to him.
I don't talk about that.
You talk about talking to Netanyahu.
I don't talk about that. I don't ever say.
She trying to cut him off. You ain't slick, Rachel. Rachel be trying to play, bro. Rachel, you not slick. Don't be trying to cut him off before you can finish saying his complete thought. She don't be knowing what she doing, bro. She don't know what she doing, bro.
Say, why don't you talk about it? I don't ever say about, why not? What does that mean? I mean, that was right before the election. But it continued after the election. And people get so mad when I play this tape. People get very angry with me when I play this tape. But, honestly, bring it on. It makes me appreciate it all the more because clearly, at least it strikes a nerve. Watch.
Have you talked to President Putin?
No, I have not.
You haven't talked to President Putin since you've been elected?
No. Well, I don't want to say that, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
So you've spoken to President Putin since you've been elected?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say anything about that.
I'd like to be talking to Vladimir Putin.
Who? Have you spoken to him? I don't want to say.
So you've already spoken to Vladimir Putin?
I don't want to say that.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I can't say. Why can't you say?
Dang if he does, dang if he don't. If he got to talk to Putin to try to make a deal, just like he's talking to Zelensky, if he's got to talk to both of them to make a deal, what does it even matter? He's got to talk to him. How is he going to talk to him to make a deal, Rachel Maddow? T. Banks, I think that's the problem right now. He said this lady needs to, y'all look at T. Banks' comment and a subscriber. Shout out to Don L with the 99 cents. Appreciate you. Austin W said, who gives a if he spoke to him? Exactly.
Why can't you say? What precludes you from saying?
She bugging.
Listen, it's Friday night. Let's just do this. Let's just cut to the chase here. Let's do a little look-see at the landscape to see why exactly it is so hard.
First of all, you don't start nothing off saying look-see, bro. Like, what? That's annoyance number one right off the top. Look, see, what is you, bro? Shout out to Gold Digger 1849 with the $5 donation. Says she looks like a female Hannity with that squinting.
Republicans to deal with this topic. What exactly is so hard for Republicans to talk about? What exactly is it that we are doing, up to and including switching sides in a war? But it's not limited to that. It's all things that don't seem like good news for the United States. That makes them particularly hard to talk about. But nevertheless, with Donald Trump back in the White House, we keep doing these things relentlessly and urgently.
Y'all seriously watch this, bro? This is crazy.
And they all cut in the same direction. And it's really hard for Republicans to explain because of what it obviously means. It's clear why they do not want to talk about this stuff. And it gets all the more clear when you just line this stuff up. Let me show you what I mean. Here's one. Donald Trump's handpicked attorney general. She gets sworn in to lead the U.S. Justice Department. On her first day on the job, what is the first thing she does? Headline: U.S. cuts task forces on foreign influence and Russian sanctions. Quote, in a memo sent to staff Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi revealed...
She will do anything. Dom L with the 199 said it should be illegal for news media to be so biased. But they are controlling the minds of people in America. There is at least like 30-some thousand people that watch this. 35,000. That's crazy.
She had disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force, a unit dedicated to investigating violations of the foreign agents.
Shout out to Kwame Hall with the $5 donation. He said, unprovoked, Putin invaded another country and started this war. Trump is taking Putin's side. Why doesn't he just leave Ukraine? I mean, he's trying to take the side of the person who is most reasonable, I would think, right? If Trump, Putin did like invade, right? So he's got to pay to restructure everything. If you look at it from the long game, right? So if they could do like some sort of ceasefire and then work out negotiations later, right? It would probably benefit Ukraine, I would think, because like hundreds of thousands of people will stop dying. They don't have like a crazy massive population. Right. So people will stop dying, and then you could be like, OK, well, Putin, I need you to pay X, Y, and Z, Thug Life, pay all this. Like, and then we could do that. And if it don't work out, all right, start firing again. You know what I mean? But until then, let's work out a deal. Putin seems to want to work out a deal before Trump even got elected. I mean, before he got inaugurated, Trump is saying like he's open to Putin was open to talk to Trump, is what he was saying. So it's like, if he's open to talk, Zelensky was like waiting for Kamala Harris to win, right? Putin's like reaching out. All right, like this is going on long enough. Let's talk. Let's get this figured out. Like, what's wrong with that, bro? There ain't nothing wrong with that. What y'all want him to just say? Forget you, Putin. I don't like you. I'm just rolling with Zelensky. I'm not gonna try to do peace. Who wins? If you play him peacemaker, like if you and your friend are having a problem, right? And y'all keep, every time y'all see each other, bink, it's something, y'all hitting each other, whatever. If you're trying to make peace, you're probably going to talk to the opposing side to get their information. You know what I'm saying? Their views on everything. You get your friends' views on it. All right, so let's make peace. Right? Let's be done with it. I mean, if you just cool with somebody, not if you friends, if you just cool with somebody. All right, let's make peace. Let's get it done. Now you understand what they're thinking. They understand what you're thinking. Let's just stop it. Right? Like, what's wrong with that? I don't see no problem with that, bro.
This Registration Act. Bondi did not elaborate, but figures on the Republican Party's conspiratorial far right have accused the government of abusing FARA to unfairly target political operatives like Paul Manafort, Trump's 2016 campaign chair, who was indicted in a probe into Russian influence in that year's U.S. election. Also on Wednesday, the day of her swearing in, Bondi disbanded Task Force.
Bro, Rachel Maddow is ridiculous.
Not a permanent term.
I can't even, like, I don't see how y'all. She looked like she ain't telling the truth when she talked.
What they keep saying, he was so manly. He was such a boss, as his crypto advisor said of him. And I think, you know what? I don't have time for your psychosexual anxieties. You may feel inadequate in your masculinity and are looking for some puffed up person on television to bully a valiant leader fighting for a valiant people. But I think every true American watched that scene and felt shame.
Reporting the United States is pausing all U.S. military aid to...
Tony Mandola with the $5 donation. He said Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal because then he'll have to stop martial law in Ukraine, which is the only reason they can have elections right now. That's an interesting point, Tony. That's a really interesting point. Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal because then he'll have to stop martial law in Ukraine, which is the only reason they can't have elections right now. You think that's why he kind of wants to stay in power? Interesting.
Ukraine until President Trump determines the Ukrainians.
Hold on. That's a very, very good. That's interesting. Alan Organism with the $5 donation. He said Trump can make millions, if not billions, of this war if he continued it. So why is he trying to broker a deal if he is not for the American people? Yeah. A lot of these politicians, truth be told, like these, and I'm not saying no names, but like these weapons companies and like all these artillery companies and all, like they are in bed with a lot of politicians like all over the world, right? Like globally. So what do you think they want? Like, you think they want to stop that? You know what I mean? Like the money from flowing in, like that type of influence. Yeah, they want you to just we give them all right, so you invest in our company here. All right, just keep investing in our company and do some sort of, and keep that battery in Zelensky's back, because he's gonna end up getting maybe $100 billion from America, and they're gonna end up giving it to our company, and then you make money off the profit or whatever if you invested into this company. And bro, it gets so dirty in politics. Y'all gotta watch that movie with Nicolas Cage. What was it called? Like that war movie, like when he's like selling weapons and all of that. Like, you gotta watch that, bro. Like, politicians be dirty.
Show a commitment of good faith peace negotiations. That's according to a senior Trump administration telling Fox. This is not a permanent termination of aid. It is a pause. The orders are going out right now. The official said this in response to Ukrainian President Zelensky's conduct over the last
Lord of War, I think it is,
week, and his words over the weekend. So it's all stopping, Brian.
Yeah, well, he needs an apology. President Trump says, I need a direct apology. This could be fixed with a phone call. Sorry if things went off the rails. Liked the first 45 minutes of our talk. Didn't like the last 10. So let's get this thing back on track. I understand what you mean, and let's do it.
But I think Tony Mandola had a really good, he says Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal because then he'll have to stop martial law in Ukraine, which is the only reason they can't have elections right now.
Then you put the ball in Russia's court, and let's see how sincere they are. But it's going to take a call from Zelensky to Trump directly, and I'm sure he'd take the call. The guy does not hold grudges.
Leslie, this is going to be part of that speech.
And this is why I think it's a good comment that dude made. This reminds me. All right, so Truist News, right? Says Ukraine parliament affirms no elections during wartime under martial law. Ukraine's Rada passed a resolution Tuesday affirming that national elections cannot take place while the country remains under martial law, directly countering remarks by U.S. President Donald Trump questioning the legitimacy of President Zelensky's administration. Additionally, the resolution formally extends Zelensky's mandate until martial law is lifted. The resolution, which reiterates Zelensky's continued authority as Ukraine's head of office, serves as a direct response to a statement from Trump, who has suggested that the absence of election undermines his legitimacy. 286 deputies voted in favor of the resolution with no abstentions or votes against it. The measure was approved after an initial vote failed to gain sufficient support on Monday. On Sunday, Zelensky stated that he would step down if it would secure peace for Ukraine, adding that he would also resign if it guaranteed the country's NATO membership. However, the Ukrainian parliament emphasized on Tuesday that Zelensky was elected and a legitimate vote and remains the country's lawful president. The body further confirms that national elections will not be held until martial law is lifted, following the establishment of a comprehensive, fair, and sustainable peace. Ukraine constitution prohibits the holding of elections during martial law, which was extended in July 2023, 1 year after Russia's full-scale invasion. The resolution undermines that neither the Ukrainian people nor the Rada questions Zelensky's legitimacy and states that under the country's constitution, he must remain in office until a new president is elected. So you might be right, bro. You might be right. I don't think you want to step down, man. You like that power.
Democrats, some of them saying they're going to boycott the speech. How do you think this all plays?
I'm not a big fan of boycotts. I'm also not a big fan of pre-rebuttal. Let's see what the guy has to say. Show up. That's what people vote for you to do. And by the way, when's Putin going to apologize to Zelensky for invading his sovereign nation? Just wondering.
True. Absolutely. You're right.
There you go.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we have to continue our coverage of the fallout between President Trump and the president of Ukraine, Mr. Vladimir Zelensky, who President Trump is accusing of not negotiating in good faith, okay? Because President Trump desperately wants to bring this war between Ukraine and Russia to an end, and it seems as if Vladimir Zelensky does not want to do so, okay? And in a video earlier today, we talked about how Zelensky has ran to Europe to try to get the Europeans to rally around him, and they have rallied around him. However, you know, there's some truth coming out about the Europeans and their role in this war with Ukraine. For as much as they claim that they hate Russia so much, even the mainstream liberal media is admitting.
Yo, MSNBC's got a title up saying, "Why in God's name should Trump get a thank you?"
That the Europeans are kind of a part of the problem.
It's so ironic. They're still reliant on Russian oil and gas, moving it throughout Europe or moving it to other places and bringing it back into Europe. So they're essentially putting as much money into supporting Russia and not putting as much money into actually defending Ukraine and then begging us to be the backstop for security. That comes to an end.
Yeah, I actually saw a study from a European group that showed that Europeans were actually buying more Russian oil and gas than they were
Russia
helping Ukraine in terms of the aid. So in some ways, the Europeans are funding both sides in this war.
Yeah, so the Europeans, who again are part of the issue here, they, with Vladimir Zelensky, have essentially come up with some type of alternative deal that would involve Europe stepping up and doing more to try
to... Exactly. Onyx said first tell EU to stop buying oil from Russia. Yeah, tell them to get on board.
Protect Ukraine because they want quote unquote security guarantees, aka to join NATO, even though that is a non-starter. Okay, but the UK is saying that listen, we're willing to step up. If America's not willing to step up, we're going to do our part. Except they still need the United States of America. Okay, and Vladimir Zelensky indicated that he is ready to now sign the minerals deal that he refused to sign.
Hold on, bro. European Union spent more on Russia fossil fuels than Ukraine aid in 2024. Wow. European Union spent more on Russian fossil fuels than Ukraine aid in 2024. Despite a raft of sanctions and tough talk against Russia, President Vladimir Putin, Europe could not seem to kick its dependence on Russian fuel last year. The European Union spent $23 billion on Russia oil and gas in the third year. Yo, I gotta send this, bro. Hold on. I'm putting this on Twitter, bro. All right. Russia's strong. Yeah. So it says the European Union spent $23 billion on Russia oil and gas in the third year of war on Ukraine, more than the $19.6 billion in financial aid it offered to the war ravaged nation last year. Yo, they ain't really giving them no money compared to us. That's crazy. Russia's stronghold over non-EU markets also increased. China purchased $82 billion in Russia fuel. India bought $51 billion and Turkey bought $36 billion. Interesting.
In the White House, which led to him getting kicked out because he was acting real funny about our money, right? With the Europeans, he's totally fine with getting a loan from them and paying them back. But when it comes to us, he wants us to give him free money, right? With no expectation of paying it back. But he wants to pay back the Europeans. And it's like, no. That's not how it works, okay? That's not how it works at all. But again, despite all of the boohoo, whine, and crime from the media and the Europeans, Zelensky claimed that he's ready to sign the minerals deal. But now President Trump and his administration are indicating that, you know what? We're not going to sign a deal unless Vladimir Zelensky apologizes, unless he gets on the phone and apologizes to the president of the United States. We're not willing to help out Ukraine. Okay, we're done with this. We're walking away.
All right, great reporting on you to get that nugget. I mean, they want an explicit apology from Zelensky. Have we seen anything to maybe point to that actually happening?
So it says the EU gave $30.5 billion of financial assistance to Ukraine in 2022 and 2023. And $3.2 billion in 2025. $21 billion in financial assistance mobilized from Ukraine.
No, nothing. I've heard that Zelensky's team have been calling their counterparts here at the White House, but it just does not seem like anything is going to happen unless
they gave like 145 billion.
President Trump changes his mind and doesn't want a public apology. Nothing is going to happen. They are not going to get.
That's what it says. Says European Union and 27 member states remain united and determined in an unprecedented support of Ukraine. Then why are y'all buying like oil and stuff from Russia? That's crazy. And that's like hustling backwards, bro. Since the start of the war, the EU and our member state, wouldn't you like put sanctions on Russia? If you weren't rocking with Russia, put sanctions on Russia and stop buying their oil. That would stop the money from flowing in for them to support the war, right? Since the start of the war, the EU and our member states have made available close to 145 billion in financial, military, humanitarian, and refugee assistance, of which 65% have been provided as grants or in-kind support, and 35% in the form of highly concessional loans. Ooh, they are smart. In addition, in February 2024, European leaders agreed to commit up to 54 billion until 2027 for the Ukraine facility to support Ukraine's recovery, reconstruction, and modernization, as well as its efforts to carry out reform as part of its accession path to the EU. Furthermore, in October 2024, the extraordinary revenues from immobilized Russian sovereign assets, the EU will contribute 20 billion. The first 3.2 billion was dispersed in January 2025. This will bring our commitment to date close to 198 billion. Oh, God. All of those billions are getting from America. All these billions are getting from, bro. Why are y'all giving Ukraine so much money, bro? Why do y'all think, in the chat, I'm watching the chat, why do y'all think everybody's just throwing money at Zelensky and Ukraine? Obviously, it's a war going on. You know what I'm saying? It's like a proxy war. But it's like Ukraine giving them money doesn't even really make sense to me, because it's like you still giving tons of money to Russia at the same time for like oil and, what is it, natural gas, but oil. Like, so it's like you helping Russia. I could see if they cut Russia off, we ain't getting no oil from y'all, forget y'all, and aid in Ukraine, right? That would make more sense, but it's like, why are they doing that? That makes, like, why? This is crazy. Somebody said old equipment money is all the same, bro. You said they give no money. Old equipment, please. We basically gave them over 300 billion in money and equipment for free. Exactly. They're doing it. They did 35% in the form of highly concessional loans. That was smart. You know what I'm saying? Like the way they did it. Like, we're not even doing that. We're just giving up money.
Get this deal, and they are basically going to be in the timeout chair.
Hold on. Not him. Okay.
With the way that the White House sees it, until he comes up and says,
"Bro, we're giving them like, bro, think of all the money. Bro. Everybody's giving them like almost $1 trillion, bro, to fight a war." Oh, I know what I think. I'm not saying that this is, you know, for content purposes. I'm not saying this is true. Like I said earlier, right? If you got a lot of these war companies, like, you know, not war, but like artillery companies and, you know what I'm saying? People who make all of this stuff, they're in bed with the politicians can get money from their citizens, tax them, and then give the money to Ukraine. Ukraine buys the military equipment, bro. And so if you sitting there and profiting from this in one way or another, either you're going to get kickbacks, or it's a situation where you're going to get financial support for the next time you run for election, backing these like artillery companies by ciphering money from the citizens and giving it, bro, keeping the war going. They get rich. Yo, I didn't even think of that. Ali 299, he said most of it is given weapons paid for in the U.S. You said 70 billion in equipment and weapons, 30.5 billion in aid.
I am sorry for the way that I acted.
Well, and at least up until now, Zelensky has refused to issue the apology yet. In fact, in my opinion, I think that Zelensky is making it.
But don't that make sense though? Like, because why else would they just be so willing to give them aid like that? And Zelensky doesn't want to stop this war, right? He doesn't want to stop. Like, I don't care what he said. Like, when he sat in the White House, bro, he don't want to stop this war. He just wants more money and wants to continue to fight. He said, we want to fight. Like, that's what he want to do. Is he profiting off the back end of this? Is what I'm wondering. Because these politicians, you can't trust them. Like, why do they want to keep this going? Bro.
Worse for himself, because as we covered earlier today, Zelensky came out and made some backhanded comments towards the president.
Mark Topping said there's absolutely no reason for us to give Ukraine money. And Trump ain't trying to profit from a war. He's trying to stop it. Robert Bell with the $2 donation, he said, why invest in America? It fuels arrogance. And then Internet Failure said it's a huge scam. Bro, when I see like Zelensky like standing with that European leader, hold on, let me show y'all this. Hold up. Let me see if I can show y'all this. Man, they keep trying to do too much, bro. Yeah, all right. Let me see what I can show y'all. Let's see if my internet gonna work. All right. Let me see if the internet works. So it says, a crossroads in history, Europe seeks to take control of Ukraine negotiations at pivotal London support, right? These guys right here, it is my opinion that these guys are crooked. Why are they so, and they taking a country's tax money and stuff and just giving it to Zelensky. Bro, war is very, very profitable. And there are a lot of people that make a lot of money off wars. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. Alan Organism with the $2 donation say he is definitely pocketing a lot of money. I'm not saying Zelensky's pocketing money. I think he could be helping these people unbeknownst to him, right? He's going and collecting money, and then, they're going to buy weapons and stuff with that. Like, the people who are invested in those weapons companies, bro, we don't know who they are. Or like those people that like back politicians, like the NRA like backs, what I'm saying, like politicians and stuff. That's like small scale type stuff. But like these big companies that you don't even think about could be like making it to where some of these politicians are getting rich off this war, bro. That's why they like, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too far into it. I don't know, bro.
By basically saying that, hey, a peace agreement is far, far, far away, okay? And nobody's really moving us in that direction, something like that, right? That's essentially what he said. And that really pissed off the president. But President Trump has been putting some pressure on Zelensky. In fact, I want you guys to take a listen to this press conference that President Trump had earlier today, in which he was asked about agreeing with Russia, right, when it comes to foreign policy, and what he had to say about what it's going to take in order to get this deal done and to end the war. Take a look.
To follow up my colleague's question from Russia saying that your foreign policy is largely in line with their vision, should that be concerning to Americans?
Said what?
Should that be concerning to Americans?
Read the statement.
That Russia says that your administration's foreign policy is, quote, largely in line with their vision.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it takes two to tango, and you're going to have to make a deal with Russia, and you're going to have to make a deal with Ukraine. You're going to have the assent, and you're going to have the consent from the European nations, because I think that's important, and from us. I think everybody has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It can be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal. They've suffered more than anybody else. We talk about suffering. They've suffered. But if you think about it, under President Bush, they got Georgia, right? Russia got Georgia. Under President Obama, they got a nice big submarine base, a nice big chunk of land where they have their submarines. You know that, right? Crimea. Under President Trump, they got nothing. And under President Biden, they tried to get the whole thing. They tried to get the whole big Ukraine, the whole thing. If I didn't get in here, they would have gotten the whole thing. So I can only say, you can go back to Bush, you can go back to Obama, and go back to Biden. They took a lot. The only one.
Yeah, Alan Organism with the $2 donation, he's saying something pretty interesting. He said Trump isn't owned by BlackRock or Vanguard. Just saying.
They didn't get. You know what I gave them? I gave them anti-tank missiles. That's what I gave them. I gave them sanctions on Russia. I gave them javelins. You know the javelins? You know when they took out all those tanks? You know the tanks were heading to Kiev by the hundreds, and they were unstoppable. And I gave them...
Ooh, I just looked up BlackRock. I ain't talking about them. Shout out to them. I ain't saying nothing about them, bro. Some things you just can't talk about. Tony said he's still owned by Israel. So what did you say when Biden was supporting Israel? Did you say that then? Like, y'all, it's like Biden supports Israel, Trump supports Israel, but Trump bad. Trump bad. Come on, man. Robert Bell with the $2 donation, he said, Google Holodomor, reason Ukraine can't stop the fight.
Javelins. So, you know, I really, Putin is the one that will tell you this has not been so good for them. The fact is that I just want fairness. I want fairness. But think of it. I gave Russia nothing except grief. I gave them nothing. I gave them sanctions and javelins.
Isn't that like the man-made famine or something like that? It says, from 32 to 33 millions of Ukrainians were unalived in the Holodomor, a man-made famine engineered by the Soviet government of Joseph Stalin.
That's what I gave him. Obama gave him sheets, and you heard that statement before. It's a very famous. Trump gave him javelins, and Obama gave him sheets, and then they say how close I am to Russia. And let me tell you, we have to make a deal because there are a lot of people being killed that shouldn't be killed. But remember, Trump gave them nothing, and the other presidents gave them a lot. They gave them everything.
Yeah, so President Trump didn't stop there at that press conference. He is actually ratcheting up the pressure on Vladimir Zelensky by giving them the ultimatum, which is that, hey, you better apologize. You better call us up and get on your knees, okay, and tell us that you're sorry for the disrespect, or else you're not going to have any military aid from the United States of America because President Trump has paused U.S. military aid
and let the Europeans start to pay
to Ukraine unless they apologize. And he shows a real commitment towards making a deal to end this war. Take a look.
All right, breaking news. We have just learned that President Trump is pausing all military aid to Ukraine after that public clash with Zelensky last week in the Oval Office. But this is now rubber meets the road. All military aid to Ukraine from the U.S. on hold right now. Jeff Zelensky is on the phone. Jeff, what are you learning about this breaking detail? Obviously, a huge blow to Ukraine.
There's no question, Aaron. It's a deep blow to Ukraine just 3 days after that meeting in the Oval Office. But we are learning tonight that President Trump has ordered a pause to all military aid that is not yet inside of the country. So that means that it applies to all military equipment that is not yet in country. So things that would be on.
It's whatever. Remember we were reading earlier. So even stuff that Biden promised that hasn't made it there yet, that's going to be paused.
On the way, some things that would be nearby in Poland and elsewhere. But this certainly is an escalation really what we've seen back and forth quite extraordinarily between the Trump administration and the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, who came to Washington last Friday in hopes of signing a deal, and that obviously did not happen. Now, this is going to be certainly setting up a confrontation in some respects with some Republicans in Congress. They believe it's the purview of Congress. This is funding that has already been approved, but the White House is saying that a pause could be lifted if Vladimir Zelensky demonstrates a new commitment to negotiating to end the war. And we heard the president say earlier today he wants to hear some appreciation from Zelensky. But Aaron, underscoring all of this is simply that this is music to Vladimir Putin's ears. This is what the Kremlin, they were aligned with Washington, they said, over the weekend as talks were going on. So this is a new development tonight, ordering a pause to military aid for Ukraine, Aaron.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff Zeleny. Of course, a crucial moment.
Somebody said America is screwed if we do not get. Wait, somebody said America, not Noah said America is screwed if we do not get back on good terms with the EU.
And, largest land war in Europe since World War II, European country, the largest recipient of U.S. aid.
Yeah, Phoenix Blitz. America will fare perfectly fine, yeah.
The first time since Harry...
Bro, we're America. EU's like, come on, bro. We're America.
Truman. So to undo that, this is a crucial moment. I want to go to Oren Lieberman in Washington, of course, Pentagon. So, Oren, how significant of a blow will this be to Ukraine? Obviously, your total numbers here is, 175 billion, some of which is obviously gone to U.S. defense manufacturers as well. But where are we in this moment? When you stop it, what happens?
Well, Ukraine absolutely relies on U.S. stocks, U.S. supplies to stay in the fight. Yes, they have their own drone manufacturing industry, and that produces many of the drones they use, short range, long range. But in terms of the big stuff, if you will, that Ukraine needs to stay in the fight, artillery, anti-tank weapons, rockets for their HIMARS system, armored vehicles, a good portion of that, a very large portion of that, comes from the U.S. So to seize that, to pause it and stop it, is an incredible blow to Ukraine and its military at a crucial time here, especially when the Kremlin and Russian forces on the ground will absolutely celebrate this and push harder, as we've seen them do over the course of the past several days and weeks, including since the Zelensky-Trump meeting, which was last week. It's also worth pointing out, and I'll pick up.
Hey, Tony Mondola said Texas alone could probably take the EU. Hey, you know what? Hey, Tony, bro. I went over there to Europe. I didn't know how small Europe, like the continent is big, but like the countries, like the individual countries, bruh, it's like by the time it takes you to like travel to a state here, you in a whole new country there. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was driving through there, I'm like, what? Like, welcome to France. Next thing you know, you in Italy. Next thing you know, you like, man, like what? Everything is like mad close. So, Texas mollywop some of them over there.
Up on Jeff's point here that Zelensky has thanked the U.S. for every single one of the announcements of aid that has come. Those just came from the Biden administration. Trump hasn't announced any on his.
Hit the like button, bro. I can see y'all ain't hitting it, bro. What y'all doing? They're trying to slow the video down. We only got like 282,000 views. Hit the like button. Stop playing with me.
Oh, no. Yeah, so unsurprisingly, you have Democrats who are already boo-hoo-whining and crying about this, okay? Like, for example...
Mary said, most European countries are small AF. Tanya is a subscriber, said it takes 6 hours to drive from top to bottom. Laura Jones said state fail.
Representative Dan Goldman, okay, who's extremely Trump deranged, he went to CNN to express his outrage over...
Famous 247 said Ukraine did some damage to Russia, but EU needs to step in and do their part. Ukraine did most of the job. Bro, I mean, not to be super, like, cynical, I just don't. I'm a just distrustful person at heart, right? I just think some politicians may be making money from this war. That's what I think, or getting kickbacks, something. Why else are you keeping this war going? Like, other than like, I mean, you are like weakening, I guess, Russia, but it's like how? Like the EU is like giving them money for oil. Like, Bruh. Everybody making money hand over fist. And Russia's got like a steady stream of money. So them like weak little, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we're going to put sanctions on Russia. Like what U.S. did when Biden was in. It's like, bro, they ain't going to do nothing.
President Trump pausing all military aid to Ukraine. Take a look.
Joined now by Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman of New York. Congressman, I mean, what is this? Are you surprised by this at all?
Sadly, I'm not surprised, and fully expected it as a child who is basically leading the leader of the free world through petulant insults and personal grievances. First of all, I don't know what Donald Trump expects President Zelensky to thank him for. He certainly should thank President Biden, which he has done over and over again, and he should thank Congress, which he has done over and over again, because we are the only two entities that have actually provided support and funding for Ukraine. Donald Trump instead is calling Zelensky a dictator, is saying that Ukraine started this war, is now stopping offensive cyber security attacks on Russia. What happened to peace through strength, Anderson? I thought here he is saying we're not going to.
What y'all think of this dude, bro?
Give Ukraine aid, which would show strength, and he's not putting pressure on Russia through the cyber warfare. This is the exact opposite of peace through strength. Instead, what it is it's another extortion of President Zelensky, illegally withholding aid in order to get President Zelensky to agree to a minerals deal, which is back payment for all the aid that President Biden had provided.
There was no indication, I mean, in all the reporting that I saw, that Russia has stopped cyber operations against the United States. Have you seen?
I do got a little bit of respect for Anderson Cooper for G-checking Kamala Harris at that town hall meeting. But other than that, like, I don't hear him.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. It's your man, Wise. We got to talk about it. We got to get into it. I got a couple clips. This young lady right here says that she needs some clarification. She's not a Trump supporter. She is anti-MAGA, but I think she's starting to teeter because she's starting to see what we've always seen. Like, share, subscribe. Let's get into it. Turn those notifications on. Click that all button so you never miss an upload. Let's go.
Look, when Zelensky sat in the Oval Office and made this statement, you have beautiful beaches. But you're not going to feel that way for long. And Trump went the fuck off.
And Trump with the off?
I kind of understood why he did that. What does that mean? Is that a threat? Or was that a warning? Because I didn't like it when he said it. You like our beaches, that we have beautiful beaches, but we won't feel like that for long. I'm not cool with that. Not in a heartbeat. I don't care if it was a threat or a warning. How do you come to somebody's house and say that? How do you come and say that you've been in a war by yourself? Now when you've been getting aid since Obama, now when we've been sending billions of dollars over there to help, but you feel like you've been in this by yourself, that nobody's been helping?
Ooh, people are waking up. Yeah, exactly. Jeremy Bazin said same here. What did he mean? Subscriber in the comments. Rob Dunn says Zelensky make me think we gonna get all events said it's all staged. Exactly.
That is totally wrong.
I think I'm gonna be real. I think they kind of set Zelensky up, but I think he deserved it. He shouldn't have been talking subversive in the media. They made an example out of him. You know what I mean? And I liked it. I don't care. Thug life. He still get to live, you know what I'm saying? Walk around and talk. But hey, I like how Trump handled that.
And if you were feeling disrespected by Trump, just like if I or anybody else felt that they were being disrespected in somebody's house, what do? We get the fuck up and we walk out. We leave. But for you to sit there and say that our beaches are nice, but we're not going to feel like that for long, I need some clarification on that.
Mm-hmm.
I need some clarification.
Yeah, and Trump seen that quick and reacted like, bro, you ain't about to talk like who you. First of all, you ain't about to talk to us like that. You ain't about to tell us how we feel. You ain't about to none of that, bro. Shout out to Trump, bro. You ain't get mad. Shout out to Trump. Let me show y'all this.
Canadians should be aware that tonight, 12:01 a.m., tariffs on Mexico and China are going into effect, and another 10% on China, 25% on Mexico, 25% on Canada. And the reason is because we cannot continue to allow fentanyl to pour into our country and kill our people. I bet you every single person watching your show tonight knows somebody who has died at the hands of Chinese fentanyl that has come through our northern or southern border. And one American life is one too many. And these tariffs are necessary to continue to put the pressure on these countries to secure our borders.
Did you see?
Your audience should be aware that tonight, 12.
Yeah, they don't want fentanyl to be poured into our country.
Dear Americans, if you're waving a Ukrainian flag or putting a Ukrainian flag in your bio, I want to ask you, what exactly are you supporting? Are you supporting a war that the U.S. and Europe sparked by constantly expanding NATO?
Yeah, first of all, shout out to Elon Musk. Elon Musk, I was at Tesla dealership today. I was looking at a Cybertruck. Elon Musk ended up reposting it. Shout out to Elon Musk.
Closer to Russian borders since 1994? Are you supporting a war that was sparked by the U.S. helping to overthrow a democratically elected Ukrainian president in 2014 because he was pro-Russian? Are you supporting a war that was instigated by Biden supporting Ukraine joining NATO in 2021, which would be like Mexico entering a military alliance with Russia? Are you supporting funding war or forging peace? Now, to be clear, Putin started this war. Putin broke international law. Putin has blood on his hands. But our government has been giving other governments excuses to fight wars. Weapons companies who own our politicians profit from war and find new reasons to start war, give them excuses. U.S. aid, which has been undermining foreign governments under the guise of humanitarian aid, gives them excuses. Cowardly Republican and Democrat career politicians who go along with all of that give them excuses. If we want to stop wars, then we need to stop giving other countries reasons to start them. Now, we can all have empathy for Zelensky. He's had to endure 3 years of watching his people suffer at the hands of Putin. But legacy media painted him as a victim in that press conference. They ignored how Zelensky behaved for the first 39 minutes of a 50-minute press conference. They ignored that Zelensky kept calling Putin a killer and a terrorist while our president was trying to make peace. They ignored that Zelensky said Russia should pay for everything while our president was trying to make a deal. They ignore that Zelensky threatened Americans that Putin will attack America while we're trying to stop the attacks on Ukraine. They ignore that Zelensky is fighting a war with money that isn't his while our president is fighting for peace. Stop buying this. Stop buying the story that we need to fight Putin forever. Stop buying the story that we need to use American money for Ukrainians and Russians to die. Stop buying the story that Trump talking to Putin to create peace is somehow wrong. Stop and ask yourself, what exactly are you supporting? Are you supporting peace for the Ukrainian people? Or are you supporting governments who get in the way of peace?
Very, very interesting. Shout out to him.
Patient on that one.
Oh yeah, you and about 300 million other people feel the same exact way. Well, maybe not 300 million because you got some Democrats and you got legacy media for some shape, way, form, or fashion or reason. They're defending this foolishness. But I want to share with you guys the clip and then we're going to keep this thing going.
Everybody has problems.
even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know that.
bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position.
Absolutely. This dude came into our house, into our country, into the White House, sitting in the Oval Office with the president, with the vice president, didn't come in there with a suit on, extremely smug and disrespectful. We done given these people over $300 billion of taxpayer money. You go in there and act like nobody's done anything for you. We find out that you are selling off weapons for pennies on the dollar. Y'all are siphoning money, but you want more. And then you come in and be disrespectful and you make a threat. And that's why President Trump got a little animated, because he's like, wait, you come in here threatening us? And the thing is that I don't understand why no one from the Democratic Party has come out and said, nah, that's not cool. You did have Lindsey Graham get out there, who is the ultimate Ukraine supporter, but he got out there and said, you can't come here and threaten us.
Facts! My bad. When people are spitting them facts, it's lit. Even Lindsey Graham says so.
Can't do that. You can't come over here and threaten us after all that we've done for you. You don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Americans are pretty happy with what happened. Let's not make sure we don't have the revisionist history. Donald Trump was responding to a reporter's question asking about whether or not, Putin. Donald Trump responded to that. He said, next question, one more question. J.D. Vance then piggybacked off of what Donald Trump was saying, and he was talking about the importance of diplomacy. And what he specifically was saying is that negotiating with one side, which is what the United States and Europe has done this entire time, not inviting Putin to the negotiating table. J.D. Vance was talking about that's how Donald Trump views diplomacy. It was Zelensky then who then turned to J.D. Vance and said, J.D., not Vice President Vance, J.D., to ask him a question. There wasn't a reason for him to ask J.D. Vance anything. I thought that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance did exactly what they needed to do.
Talk to them, CNN people! Talk to them!
In that moment, because he was surely disrespectful, and he responded to it. I thought that they did exactly what they should have done. Bravo.
And this dude, Keith Boykins, for whatever reason, you know what? I know why. He suffers from a crazy case of TDS. So with a foreign president coming into our country, threatening us, demanding more from us, and not being
subscribed to the channel. Shout out to y'all. We got like 800 subscribers this session, but we ain't got 1 million. Subscribe again.
Being willing to offer anything in return. We're told that we got a deal, and you get there and you decide that, hey, we're not signing the deal. We're not doing it. It's flat out ridiculous. And anybody that's standing up for this, you got to give them the side eye. This is a message.
Hold on. We gonna get back to him, but J.D. Vance is talking about Zelensky's sense of entitlement right now. Let's see what he's saying.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us.
Good to see you, man. Great to be here.
Shout out to Sean Hannity. Right, we gotta give Sean Hannity his respect. I don't care what y'all say. Sean Hannity been rotten. Shout out to Sean Hannity. Dog.
Let's go back to the Oval Office Friday.
Yep.
From your perspective.
Yeah, great TV. As the president said. Yeah, well, it's funny. So we have a 45-minute press conference.
He said, how are we agreeing with a criminal? What you mean, Trump? Like, how are you agreeing with Biden? You know what I'm saying? Didn't he just pardon a bunch of people who suspected of crimes? All right, the January 6th committee members that are losing all kind of documentation and stuff, allegedly, didn't he just pardon them? What about, what's the warmonger? What was she, war hawk, Liz Cheney, that profits off of war, that always wants to go to war with people? Didn't she just get a pardon? I think she's kind of like you can look at her kind of strange. What about Hunter Biden with that laptop? All that dirty information in that laptop that came out on Twitter. You don't think like that's like criminal, and he got like a blanketed, like You know, I'm pardon. Like with that pardon's like 8 years if he committed a crime within 8 years. Like he's just pardoned from everything. Like what? You don't think any of that is crazy? You don't think Dr. Fauci is a criminal? I'm just asking you. He got a pardon. You don't think that's kind of strange? But you got a problem with our American president that's trying to save us money. Fight for the American people and stop giving our money to all these people. You think he a criminal? Come on, man.
And the president normally does this. I mean, I've seen this now 3 or 4 times with foreign leaders where
Tony said Trump's worst felony, is a subscriber, said Trump's worst felony equates to smoking a Cuban cigar. Laura said those pardons got excused in Supreme Court. Adrian said just like the Clintons and the Bushes. Yeah, y'all ain't got no problem with Hillary allegedly like losing emails. Y'all don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, y'all be crazy, man.
he likes to bring the media in, likes to have a conversation, but answer questions with the press. As you know, he's very open with reporters. And what I noticed is that for the first 25, 30 or so minutes, he tried to sort of bend over backwards to be gracious and kind to Zelensky, even when Zelensky was kind of needling him, even when Zelensky was saying things that I thought were untrue. The president just tried to be diplomatic, right? I think that's his natural instinct in that situation. And then when it really went off the rails, of course, is when I asked, or you had a Polish journalist who asked a question, the president answered it, and then I answered it. And then something about my answer just really set Zelensky off. So then he came at me.
So you're blaming yourself.
then I went back at him. Right. And what I tried to do originally was actually try to diffuse the situation a little bit. Because I'm like, we're having this meeting. Obviously, there are 100 television cameras here. Let's try to have this conversation in private. And then the president, as we kept on going back and forth, I tried again to say, well, maybe we should have this conversation in private. And the president was like, nope, actually, I don't want to have it in private anymore. I want to have this actual conversation in public for the American people to see. And I do think that there was just a certain sense of, there was a lack of respect. There was a certain sense of entitlement. And most importantly, look, we can look past all of that stuff, but the president has set a very clear goal for his administration. He wants the killing to stop. And I think that it's very important that President Zelensky and of course President Putin too, they've both got to come to the negotiating table, and that's ultimately where things broke apart. I really don't care what President Zelensky says about me or anybody else, but he showed a clear unwillingness to engage in the peace process that President Trump has said is the policy of the American people and of their president. That's the real breakdown, is I think Zelensky wasn't yet there, and I think frankly now still isn't there, but I think he'll get there eventually. He has to.
My understanding is he tried to get back in, or tried to stay a number of times, and then made numerous calls to come back. Is that true?
I don't know about numerous calls, but they certainly made at least one request to come back in and continue the conversation. The president was like, look, first of all, they were disrespectful. And second of all, what are we even going to talk about? They've shown a clear unwillingness to discuss the peaceful settlement that President Trump is trying to bring to this situation. I think a lot of Americans are sort of, it's useful to step back and ask ourselves, what is the actual plan here? You can't just fund the war forever. The American people won't stand for it. And by the way, Sean, if you look at European opinion polls, the Europeans aren't going to stand forever for it either. We need to bring this thing to a peaceful settlement. The president was trying to do that. He'll continue to try to do that, but you've got to have two to tango. You've got to have a negotiating partner in the Ukrainians who recognize that, of course they have their views, and of course they're not always going to agree with us, but they've got to participate in the conversation. They weren't willing to do that on Friday, so the president said send him home.
He said today that the war he expects will go on a very long time. I don't know where he's going to get the money to fund that war. I have my doubts that Europe will fund the war to the level that Biden and Harris were funding it. And then the issue now has come up whether or not this administration will continue to offer money and arms for this war to continue. Because without America, I would argue the president was right in saying they have no cards.
Yeah. Well, Sean, I think our European friends, frankly, are being really, really they're doing a disservice to the Ukrainians because their own populations are saying, we're not going to fund this war indefinitely. The American people are saying, we don't want to fund the war indefinitely. So the only thing that is in the best interest of America, of Russia, of Ukraine, and of Europe is to bring this thing to a close. What happened, Sean, is you have Zelensky. He goes to Europe, and a lot of our European friends puff him up. They say, you know, you're a freedom fighter. You need to keep fighting forever. Well, fighting forever with what? With whose money, with whose ammunition, and with whose lives? The president is actually taking a much more realistic perspective and saying this can't.
Yo, this is very dangerous for Zelensky, right? Because now you have the vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance, going and doing a media press interview, basically saying that you're on the wrong side of everything. So we're like further. This is in this. He's doing it eloquently, but it's like you see what I'm saying? And we're like a superpower. Like we're not like no regular country. Like America is American, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like so, and we doing this to you. This is not where Zelensky want to be at, bro. This is not good for him at all. And then, but you know, like the United Nations, everybody's going to be looking at this. NATO, everybody's going to be looking at J.D. Vance, what he's saying. Because remember, he went over there and he was like doing this to them, like about, you know, how they encroach on people's freedom of expression and lock people up for memes and stuff like that. He was kind of going off on it. The people over there in Europe, like, he don't care. They're going to be watching this and seeing how they move. And it's just like they see United States slowly separating themselves from Zelensky. Zelensky, this is bad, bro. This is bad. He needs to patch this situation up quick. You know what I mean? Whatever they doing, like behind the scenes and trying to, you know, get money or whatever I don't know what it is, right? They need to stop that because soon America's going to be out and then Ukraine's just going to be on their own, running out of people, running out of money, ammunition, everything.
Can't go on forever. We can't fund this thing forever. The Ukrainians can't fight forever. So let's bring this thing to a peaceful settlement.
When I interviewed Zelensky, he wouldn't give me direct answers. I asked him about the mineral deal to pay the U.S. back. To me, there's three phases in this. And my understanding was Friday was supposed to be relatively ceremonial.
It was.
All right. So what is the Ukrainian population? 37.7 million people. Oh, they got some people over there.
And then that it was supposed to be we signed the mineral deal. That's part one. Part two would be a ceasefire. Part three.
Russia has 143.8 million people. Oh, that was in 2023. Let's see what it is now, 2025. 143.9 million people. Wow. Yeah, Zelensky, you better chill, bruh. So they got 145. Hold on. And Ukraine's got 2025, they going down. So they got 38.9 million. So they went up a little bit. So 38.9 million. Okay.
Three would be the hardest part, the negotiated settlement with Putin, who, correct me if I'm wrong, said he's willing to talk peace with Trump.
Yeah, he said he's willing to talk peace, and of course we trust but verify. We want to have the conversation. We don't assume that everything that anybody tells us is true. That's why we want to engage in this conversation. But you're exactly right, Sean. When the Ukrainians came to Washington on Friday, it was supposed to be ceremonial. You know, there had been some public back and forth, some disagreements, some words spoken in public, and the president was like, let's have this moment. We give some credit to the brave Ukrainian fighters, and of course it's a very brave army that they have there in Ukraine. Let's sign this minerals deal, which importantly does two things. It allows the American people to get some of their money back, but it also shows the Ukrainian people that America has a long-term investment in their sovereignty. You do those things.
Yeah, that would, because remember when Zelensky was sitting there and he was like, well, he wants to make sure that they have security. If you've got a long-term investment, like a country like America's got an investment in you, that's like a form of security in itself, right? I would think.
We'll sign this thing, we'll have a rah-rah moment, and then we'll get to the tough talk of negotiating peace. We couldn't even get the Ukrainians to a point where they could talk about the peaceful settlement. And look, in some ways, Sean, I get it. I get the frustration. I get the rage. It's their country. Of course, it's not our country. But you've got to accept, cooler heads have got to prevail. This thing cannot go on forever. This is the important point. I'd say this to our, of course, most importantly, the Americans who are watching, but people all over the world. When you talk to leaders in private, whether they're Ukrainian or European, when you talk to people in private, they will tell you this cannot go on forever. There aren't enough Ukrainian lives, there isn't enough American money, and there is...
Yeah, I mean, he's right about that. There's not enough Ukrainian lives. Like, they don't have as many people. Like, they don't have no... Like, Putin's got over 110 million more people. Like, I mean, for real, like, what are they gonna do? So we looking at it like, oh man, hundreds of thousands of people have died, right? But you know, Putin, like, bro, we got like 140 something million people, bro. Like, you only got like 39 million. We can do this all day long. We getting money from, okay, you getting money from the EU, they getting our oil. We getting money from the EU. Let's just go. We do this all day long if that's what you want to do. If you don't want to learn your lesson, we keep running. Yo, Zelensky don't know what he's getting involved. Bro, I'm not even a president and I can see like, no, bro. We don't have enough people for this.
Isn't enough ammunition to fund this thing indefinitely. The only realistic pathway to bringing this thing to a settlement is President Trump's pathway. We encourage both President Zelensky and President Putin to follow that path.
Well, I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent, and this came up in the discussion Friday. The Biden administration called Putin every name in the book, and they've been trying to get the president.
And he still invaded anyway.
Okay, he still invaded anyway. Well, remember, it depends if it's a minor incursion. Let's go back to that moment, which I thought as troops were amassing on the border. Yep. But I go back and I think about this, and Biden spent all of this money, called Putin all these names. The media and the Democrats, they want Donald Trump to call him names. And the president addressed that.
Thing.
And then he's supposed to call him and say, Vladimir, you ready to talk a peace now? Yeah. That's not going to work.
No, it's diplomacy 101, right?
We got 2,300 people watching.
Is you have to have a reasonable relationship with somebody to be able to even start the conversation. We have to remember, Sean, Ukraine, half of the country, a third of the country is totally destroyed. The economy is depressed. You've got hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians. Of course, a lot of dead Russians as well. The president wants to negotiate a settlement. How can you negotiate if you can't even talk to somebody? And that's what he said. He's not saying, like, nobody's suggesting, as Secretary Rubio said, no one is suggesting that we give the Nobel Peace Prize to Vladimir Putin. What we're saying is it's important for President Trump to be able to have a conversation. That's not well served by standing up at a press conference and calling the guy every negative name in the book. By the way, as we just said, President Biden called Putin every single name in the book. What did it lead to? It led to war. It led to destruction. It led to conflict. President Trump is trying to bring this thing to a close. You got to be able to talk to somebody to do that.
Bro, and people don't understand, right? His approach, like him and Trump, like diplomacy is the way to go. It doesn't mean you're weak. Like you could do this. Oh, we'll fight all day long. You could do that all day long. But can you stop the unaliving of like hundreds of thousands of people? And Zelensky is so like short-sighted. He just saying, oh, I can go to the EU, get money, try to get money from America, go different places, get money. He not even understanding the people that are probably playing the politicians that's giving him money are probably like in the politicians, you know what I mean, giving them money for the elections and whatever, allegedly, thug life. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they gonna pocket off the back end of these wars going on, and it's his people suffering. So they got a little battery in Zelensky's back. Like, go ahead, yeah, here's $2 billion. It's a loan, though. You know what I mean? Take that little $2 billion. Go over there. Keep fighting. And then as soon as Zelensky leave that office, oh, this silly person. He's gonna keep this going. How much is the stock at now? Yeah, he probably gonna give this money to this. You know, this person to buy more munitions. I think we good. All right, if he come back, give him some more money. All right. Like, you know, we don't know. It could get crazy, you know, behind the scenes. And Zelensky just like in the forefront. Like, you don't know how dirty this game can get, bro.
Is the door open? President Trump said Friday he can come back if he wants peace. Is that door still open today?
What President Trump has said clearly and consistently is...
Professor of logic in the comments section says Zelensky is a dictator. I mean, with martial law, he basically is, you know, controlling everything. And they can't hold elections until martial law is over. So, I mean, does he really want martial law to be over? Think about it. He said he would step down if it meant peace, right? Or security and peace and all of that, right? He would step down. Why isn't he stepping down? Trump is like offering him a deal. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead. Let's end the war. He don't want to do that. If there's a ceasefire, right, and they end up negotiating the end of the war, we still talking about this is days later. People are on the field, ducking and dodging drones that be blowing. You see what I'm saying? Like, and he's still like comfortable in jets flying around getting cash. So it's like, does he want to like step down to end the war? Martial law goes down and then they have to do elections, or does he want to stay in power to keep this going on? There's something you got to ask yourself. Because right now they're in martial law in Ukraine. No elections can be done now. Which means by default, Zelensky's still running it, right? Does he want to let go of all that power, being flown around, going to this, chilling with this president, that president, eating good, going to, you safe. You know what I mean? If all this stops, they have an election, how long is that security detail going to last you? You just went up against Russia. You think Vladimir Putin never going to forget you? Even though they started it, you know what I'm saying? But this, bro, you just went to war with, you in war with somebody. Like, maybe 5 years down the road, Putin and somebody get their revenge. Like, so right now he's safe. Country protecting him. He going to other people's countries. He got security everywhere. You want that to stop? You know what I mean? It's something that people don't think about.
Of course, the door is open so long as Zelensky is willing to seriously talk peace. You can't come into the Oval Office.
I like how he said that now as Zelensky is willing to seriously talk peace. I like how he said
anywhere else and refuse to even discuss the details of a peace deal. Look, this is not going to make anybody happy. The Russians are going to have to give up stuff. The Ukrainians are going to have to give up stuff. You can't come to the Oval Office and say, give us security guarantees. We won't even engage with you about what we're willing to give up. That's been the Ukrainian posture. When that posture changes, as President Trump said, when they're willing to talk peace, I think President Trump will be the first person to pick up the phone.
Well, I got to imagine that they're probably rethinking it. What did you make of European leaders, quote, their voices of solidarity this weekend? Because it's Lindsey Graham, who's been very supportive of Ukraine in this conflict. I mean, he was livid.
Yes.
And he said, if they want to now defend their own continent, let them go ahead and do it. Good luck to them.
Yeah, and my message to Ukrainians, by the way,
he said, hey, we not disadvantaged. He said Vance is a yapper. Hey, he telling you what's going on. You just see whether or not you want to listen to him or not. But he's telling you the real, this is what's going on.
President Zelensky is, when you've lost Lindsey Graham, that means you need to come to the negotiating table and recognize Donald Trump is the only game in town. He's the only person who I think has a meaningful plan to save that country. But, Sean, here's the problem with the Europeans. And a lot of these guys are our friends. They're our allies. We, of course, the president has a great relationship with a lot of European heads of state, and so do I. But they need to be realistic. Mm-hmm. And the craziest part about this, Sean, is that sometimes you'll have European heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelensky for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So
do you hear what he's saying? He's saying it, but not saying it. Say in private, it's a different conversation.
Heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelensky for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He's
telling you what they're saying behind Zelensky's back.
but they need to be realistic. And the craziest part about this, Sean, is that sometimes you'll have European heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelensky for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So I honestly don't care what the Europeans say in public. What I care is what they say in private.
Yes. And shout out to Eclipse with the $5 donation, said, I was just scrolling, bro. Now I'm stuck. Shout out to you, Thug Life. Give me a hand of. Shout out to you, bro. Eclipse. That's a fire way of spelling it.
And what they need to be saying to President Zelensky is this can't go on forever. The bloodshed, the killing, the economic devastation, it's making everyone worse off. The only pathway to, I think, back to peace.
I like how he said that. Like, I don't care what the European leaders are saying in public. I care about what they're saying in private. Like they saying this can't go on. Like, yo, Zelensky probably don't even know. He just like off to the next one to get more money. Like, he don't know what's going on.
This can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So I honestly don't care what the Europeans say in public. What I care is what they say in private. And what they need to be saying to President Zelensky is this can't go on forever. The bloodshed, the killing, the economic devastation, it's making everyone worse off. The only pathway to, I think, back to peace and prosperity is what the president is trying to accomplish.
And now we look back in time and we see Joe Biden was beginning to understand that the patience of the American people is running thin.
Professor of Logic says Zelensky must step down, otherwise Ukraine will cease to be a country.
Right. Hundreds of billions of dollars were a nation.
Disco said he's a subscriber, said we must follow the rules of war. Insidious Slaughter said fighting winless wars with other people's blood and other people's money is always easy.
With nearly 40 trillion in debt. I mean, it's too much.
Well, Sean, this is an important point, though, because I was in the United States.
Pete has an interesting comment. He said, looks like he's in support of Zelensky. He said he's trying to get support for his small country. What is he supposed to do? Just roll over to someone that invaded his people? He's supposed to try to stop the destruction of his country, right? His infrastructure, and he's supposed to stop the unaliving of his people. So just going out here and poking your chest out, like he got some options right now. One option is that he could have took what Trump was trying to do and do a ceasefire. He could have took that immediately. That would have stopped everything immediately, right? That was an option. And then they can work on details later on, right? But right now, ceasefire. He didn't want to do that. He had an option, right? His other option is just to run around and keep asking for money and keep this going. You see, he only has like 39 million people, you know what I'm saying, in Ukraine. Russia's got 140 something million people in Russia. Like, I mean, if you really think about it, his options are very clear. You know what I mean? A lot of people are making like a lot of sense. A lot of subscribers in the comment section making a lot of sense. Like, you can't, you got the vice president of the United States said, like, you know, you might want to end this war. He's saying it in so many ways. And he's saying like, yo, the European leaders are behind the scenes talking and saying that this cannot go on. How many warnings does Zelensky need? There's a lot of, like, I mean, the number one, like, shout out to Eclipse in the comment section, supported the channel, shout out to him. He said ceasefire is number one. That's what they should have done. By the time, what people are not realizing, when Zelensky and Trump got into it, until now, think about how many people then passed away. A lot more than one. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people. While he's sitting around having dinners at the EU, chilling, in a nice table with a card with his name on it and chilling and talking, and people are passing away. They don't have that luxury to be flying around in private jets, going to different, like, presidents, like, they don't have that, they evading, whizzing by their head. You know what I'm saying? Things, like, they don't, bro, tanks coming in. Hey, have y'all been to, like, you know what I'm saying, like the air shows and stuff? You see them tanks sometimes they have out there, bro? Can you imagine a tank rolling in like that? You know, we may play Call of Duty or Battlefield or some video game, bro. A tank coming into your area, what you gonna do? You see what I'm saying? Like, no, like that be happening like now. He needs to stop this. He got time to sit down and do an interview with Brett Baer. Shout out to Brett Baer. He got time to sit down, do this interview, that interview, fly around, ask for the money, shake hands. His people are literally being slaughtered. Like the option is to end the war. Who cares who bro, who cares? Somebody needs to mediate it and fix it. By the rules of war, Putin's going to have to pay to rebuild the infrastructure. If Putin just continues on the war and he takes over the country, he doesn't have to pay to rebuild it. For them, it's like, this is our country. We build it how we want to build it because they take over the country. So if you working for your countrymen, yeah, you don't want to like have to negotiate with them, but you got to stop it one way or another. Not let these heads of state put a battery in your back and have you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. He's been fighting this war for what, 3 years? Or he been flying around for 3 years and his people been on the floor for 3 years fighting this war.
Senator, of course, for the last 2 years of the Biden administration. I got elected in 2022.
I think you like this job better?
I think I like this job a lot better. I certainly like the president a lot better. And here's the thing, you know, when you would talk to the Biden administration officials in private, this is another example of a terrible situation the Biden admin left the Trump administration. When you ask them what's the plan, okay, we're going to spend tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars in Ukraine. What is your plan? And they would honestly tell you, well, we're just going to send them weapons for as long as we can and hope eventually they can turn the tide. Hope is not a strategy. Throwing money and ammunition at a terrible conflict.
Tom Curtis, a subscriber in here, said, I agree with Trump.
That is not a strategy. The only guy in town with a strategy is the president.
Robert Werner is a subscriber in here, says Zelensky's ego is getting in the way. Pride.
United States, and everybody needs to follow his lead.
What scares me is Zelensky, when he says it's going to go on for years, how many more lives are going to be lost? He's not going to have a country to save at the end of that.
So when you see Sean Hannity and JD Vance sitting up here talking, how many lives are going to be lost? I mean, they may care, but you know what they thinking about? How much more money we going to spend on it? Like, we got to think like, you know how like you might be out with your parents or something, you know what I mean? And they may, and then in the car, everybody talking and say, like, bro, like, yeah, they coming out and they doing this interview and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, how many lives must be lost? But they probably think, how much money we going to spend on it? You know what I'm saying? Just saying, bro. Like, this is expensive war.
The minerals deal would have provided the monies to rebuild their country and a strong U.S.
Minerals deal would have provided the money to rebuild their country.
To save it at the end of that. The minerals deal would have provided the monies to rebuild their country and a strong U.S. presence and maybe European troops as well.
And that
was a very good point Sean Hannity made. And then S. Dot is a member on the channel. Shout out to you for being a member. Said a lot of you all in here worrying about another country using our tax for their benefit more than the egg and economic situation over here. Shake my head, progressive Democrats.
This is an important part of it. The president knows that, look, if you want real security guarantees, if you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine.
Right. Sam D with the $1 donation with the like. Appreciate you.
That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years. The security guarantee and also the economic guarantee for Ukraine is to rebuild the country and ensure that America has a long-term interest. You're not going to do that if you come to the Oval Office, insult the president, and refuse to follow his plan for peace.
If he called, and I hate hypothetical questions.
Sure.
Forgive me. If he called tomorrow and said, I am ready.
Blank said, I don't think we should be, he's a subscriber in here, said, I don't think we should be involved, period. Laura Jonas is a subscriber in here, said they do not have the money or technology to tap into those minerals. Disco said, yeah, they only care if it's hold on, like to go back to Laura, they do not have the money or the technology to tap into those minerals. That's an interesting statement. And then Disco said, yeah, they only care if it hits the pocket, and this is hitting their pockets. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that that's one way of looking at it. You know what I'm saying?
Need to adopt.
I think the money is a big. Trump is trying to do what presidents should have been doing years ago, right? Let's figure out how to balance the budget. Let's figure out what is going on, like with all this wasteful spending in America. Everybody keep talking and yapping about Social Security. Want to make sure it's stay. You know what I mean? They can get it later on. Let's stop giving all of our money to terrorist organizations and countries that for condoms, or another country so they can do a opera, or another country so they can make comic books. Let's stop doing all of that and let's start saving our money so that we can like save up, right? Bring more money into the country. Every time I see Trump at a podium, he got somebody from a different country trying to invest in America. Saudi Arabia, all these people trying to invest in America. All these, now the chip companies want to come and invest in America. Every time I see him, he done got almost $2 trillion invested in America, trying to figure out ways to make this. Now Apple wants to invest like $500 billion over the course of however many years, like several years or something like that, into America. So you got all of this investments into America. Saudi Arabia, $600 billion, all of them invested into America. Let's make America really great. Let's try to, what, a $36 trillion deficit? Let's try to like stop that. You know what I mean? Let's try to, if we got to put money out there for these countries or whatever, let's do it in the form of a loan. When it was okay when Europe just did that, what, they get 37% of the money that they gave Ukraine, wasn't it? We read that, like, is in the form of a loan. How come we can't do that? Like, I think he's trying to think for the people. Yeah, like that. We don't want Zelensky sitting up here poking his chest out. When Trump told Zelensky, oh, we've empowered you to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like egotistical, basically, is what he said. You know what I mean? We've empowered you to be like that. No, we don't need to be empowering a person to be acting like this. No, we need peace. Peace is cheaper. You know what I mean? Actually, it's more profitable in different ways. You could have a war. It could be profitable to other people that you don't really want to get profitable. Or we got peace. Everybody can start making money everywhere. The sanctions can start subsiding. Everything is good. Money's flowing everywhere. He's a business person. He's not thinking about, let's poke, I don't like Vladimir, let's just show him. Like, what? Then our tax money is like, you see what Biden had to do, like hiring 80-something thousand IRS agents. What you think they here for? To sit around in the IRS agents' offices and eat cake? They here to find money so they can send it overseas. Because we've been giving up a lot of money. Why do you think he hired 80,000 IRS agents? Like, think about it. Like, we need to stop this now. So, yeah, I agree with JD Vance. Roberta Griffin with the $5 donation said we should be taking of America first, period. I think you mean thinking. We should be thinking of America first, period. Yes, Robert Bell with the $2 donation said invest in you so you can shout at me. Shout out to you, Robert. Thug Life. Invest in you so you can shout at me. No way.
Your plan for peace. He can come back?
I think that if he called and had a serious proposal for how he was going to engage in the process. Look, there are details that really matter that we're already working on with the Russians. We've already talked with some of our allies. He needs to engage seriously on the...
Look at Garen Johnson saying the minerals are still in the ground and they're speculating on what they even have. The mines still need to be built and all kinds of stuff. We wouldn't even get a return on the minerals for years. But they would have some sort of security. Americans probably are going to be over there mining. Form of security. When you want to make billions, you don't think like 3 years from now. You be thinking like 10 years from now, 20 years from now. Like, they don't think like short-term investments. So JD Vance has said multiple times, right? Like, us investing in Ukraine is a long-term investment. He said this multiple times, right? Long-term is not a year. So yeah, we may not even be able to recoup going over there and digging up for a long time, right? Fine. They would have a little bit of security of us being there, right? You know?
Details. I think once that happens, then absolutely we want to talk to
you convince Putin and the Russians are willing to meet them, I don't want to say the word halfway. They're willing to do their part to achieve a negotiated settlement.
Am I convinced? No. But do I think that there's a real pathway? You got to trust but verify. You've got to engage in the negotiation. You've got to see what steps people are willing to take. This is another thing, Sean. Obviously, I'm biased because I really love the guy. But when the media attacks President Trump as somehow on the side of Putin, two big problems with that. First of all, the only president in 20 years where you haven't had the Russians take a bunch of territory was under the first term of Donald J. Trump. The second part of that is you've got to actually accept that President Trump, he's not just assuming that everything the Russians tell him is true, he's negotiating with them. There's a give and take. There's a trust but verify. That's called diplomacy. We used to have some respect for that in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I like that. Shout out to JD Vance. I think he handled that quite well. My boy then uploaded. Y'all know who he is. Jesse Waters. Let's listen to what he got to say.
He got kicked out of the White House on Friday. The staff ate his lunch, and he spent the weekend flapping his gums.
He said he got kicked out of the White House on Friday. Shout out to Jesse Waters. Kale's the Ghost with the $5 donation said, this Ukraine stuff is holding you up. Guys, talking us over Canada. Hurry up, guys. Things are actually unaffordable. Let's go. USA. Yeah, we got to stop all this.
Ukraine's president told the AP.
Yo, I like how he started this out, though. Like, bro, that was funny, bro. All the kicked out of the White House.
The staff ate his lunch, and he spent the week. He got kicked out of the White House on Friday. The staff ate his lunch, and he spent the weekend flapping his gums. Ukraine's president told the AP, the end of the war is very, very far away. Trump says, you sure about that?
President Zelensky supposedly made a statement today in AP. I'm not a big fan of AP, so maybe it was an incorrect statement.
Hold on. Shout out to Jesse Sanchez with the $1.99. Appreciate you for sponsoring this. Said, this is a disrespect. Biden welcomed into the USA.
But he said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time. And he better not be right about it.
Subscriber in here, Jeremy Bazin said, you got kicked out of the White House. You know that's right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yo, can y'all imagine getting kicked out of the White House? That's crazy, bro.
Senior White House official tells Fox everything is on the table. And breaking tonight. Fox News alert, the U.S. is hitting the brakes on arms to Ukraine. The Trump administration has stopped financing new weapons sales to Zelensky and is considering completely freezing weapons shipments from our stockpiles, pausing military aid to Ukraine. So Zelensky does the right thing. Isn't that what Democrats impeached him for? Why aren't Democrats calling for impeachment? Suddenly it's not a high crime and misdemeanor. I guess not. This move will certainly bring Zelensky back to the bargaining table.
We should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us because, as you know, that's right there. That's the border. I'm not knocking Europe. I'm saying that they were a lot smarter than Joe Biden because Joe Biden didn't have a clue. He just gave money hand over fist. And they should have been able to equalize with us. In other words, if we gave $1, they should have given. Well, we gave 300.
Yeah, I like that, bro. Like, yeah, we give $1, they should give $1. They should equalize. Why should we be like the policing power of the world, right? One of the biggest militaries, and everybody depends on us, but yet we paying more. That makes no sense. And that's what he kind of was running on. Like, yo, like they got to pay their equal share. I like that, bro. Like, and if the EU is stepping up right now for Ukraine or whatever, let them do it. We did enough. Let them do it.
150 billion. They probably gave 100, but on top of it all, they get their money back because they're doing it in the form of a loan. And it's
remember we talked about like what is like 30-some% of the money is a loan. You see what I'm saying? And he said like, yo, they gonna get the money back. They're doing it in the form of a loan.
$1 they should have given. Well, we gave 350 billion. They probably gave 100, but on top of it all, they get their money back because they're doing it in the form of a loan, and it's a secured loan. So when I saw that, which I've known about for a little while, I said it's time for us to be smart.
How can you not like that? Like people in the chat like that don't like him. How can you not like that? How do you not like America first common sense? Why is everybody anti-America? Like, bro, I love that. I love how he thinks about, no, this is our country. We need to be like rocking with our country. Like, no. Like, why come we can't do it in the form of a loan?
Trump right on Truth Social saying Europe has spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Elon.
That is actually true. We read that earlier in this live. They have spent like more money on Russian oil than they have on Ukraine assistance. They have. We read it.
And says it's time to leave NATO. That's probably a good cop, bad cop play. And the Europeans are already feeling the heat. Over the weekend, they pledged
all events LLC. You said because he's a liar. So was he lying about that? No. We read that earlier. If you was in here, that's a true fact.
Billions more.
Kale's the GOAT with the $5 donation. Thank you for sponsoring this. Said he was. You said he was roughly led out by the elbow, like the drunk guy at Hooters at 6 p.m.
in defense spending.
Talking about him getting kicked out of the White House.
Which is exactly what Trump's been urging them to do for 10 years. And this benefits the United States because we've always wanted a more
And bro, like I read your comment and this video's got like almost 400,000 views. I got 390,000 views on this video right now. So I read your comment, you know.
Beefed up European military alliance to deter Russia. And if the Europeans
not you, Kels, I'm talking to the other dudes.
Take the lead in defending Ukraine, they're even considering putting European boots on the ground, America can take a breather and replenish our stockpiles, which are running dry. So
that's another thing people aren't thinking about. And shout out to Jesse Waters for saying that. Yeah, America could take a breather. Let the EU do what they gonna do, right? Let them support Russia and Zelensky at the same time. That's what they doing. All right, so we can take a breather. All our money can just stay in America, right? Like at least for that part, to stay in America, and we can replenish our stockpiles. Because while we think, okay, we just like helping Ukraine like make Russia weaker and all of that, bro, they got like 140 something million like people over there. Like, they ain't about to be hurting all like that, right? Our stockpiles and a lot of our like weaponry or whatever could be going over there, you know. So something to think about, like what Jesse Waters said. Let us take a breather and just replenish our stockpiles.
Combat ready for China in case they try something.
I love how he said that. And we're gonna run that back.
And if the Europeans take the lead in defending Ukraine, they're even considering putting European boots on the ground, America can take a breather and replenish our stockpiles, which are running dry. So we're combat ready for China in case they try something.
See what I'm saying? Hey, MSNBC ain't gonna talk like that. That's a fact. Hey, if China want to try something, hey, we got stockpiles. We ready. You don't think China looking at all this like, oh, well, they're giving Ukraine all of this artillery. We could try it. Like, it's a possibility. You know what I mean? Let's replenish our stockpiles and get ready just in case it gets crazy. You know, I'm with that.
But making our allies step up is treason to our good old friend Rach.
I think whatever Americans voted for, I don't think people voted to make the United States a subsidiary diplomatic entity to Vladimir Putin, which is the way that Trump is operating here. One of the things that we saw today were leaders of democracies from all over Europe publicly thanking Zelensky today, standing with him in solidarity after this meeting with Trump.
Yeah, we got 405,000 views on this video. Why am I stuck at 121,000 subscribers? Why y'all playing with me, bro? 1,500 people watching. Subscribe to the channel. Stop playing with me, man. What y'all doing, bro?
You talk about whether or not the United States is any longer
associated. Yeah, exactly. A subscriber in here, Matt Cheney, said, I voted for all of this. I did too.
With the free world.
America has a history.
John Baker in here, a subscriber on here, said, we need to look out for us. And Eclipse, shout out to you, $2 donation. Like we ain't got guns.
History of doing business with Russia. JFK used to write secret letters to Khrushchev behind the CIA's back in an attempt to end the Cold War. Reagan and Gorbachev had a record number of summits and signed historic arms treaties. The Gipper and Gorby had a great relationship. Bush looked into Putin's eyes and saw into his soul. And Hillary tried so hard with Moscow, she handed them a reset button to reset their relationship. Trump knows Putin's a snake, but isn't he just resetting the relationship to bring peace?
Interesting. I'm just a vet with a $4.99. Shout out to you. Said, while trying to weaken Russia, we are making ourselves weak by sending money and weapons over there. Interesting.
All we're trying,
like I said, I love. I'm just a vet. I love how, like, dude put it. Jesse Waters put it. Like, no, let them handle it. The EU, let them invest in all of that, and if they want to put their troops on the ground, let them do all of that. And America, we gonna replenish our stockpiles. We gonna worry about us. I like that. I like that.
Trying to do here is figure out whether a peace is possible. All these other things that people keep bringing up, that'll have to be a part of a negotiation. Right now, there is no negotiation. Shouldn't we at least try to see if there is a way to end this war in a way that's acceptable to both sides?
And one thing y'all notice too, right? You don't hear any subversive talk about the dude from North Korea, right? We don't hear nothing about Kim Jong-un, nothing at all. Remember when Biden was in office? It's like, oh, well, Kim Jong-un, he's doing this. And you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing like that now. Like, everything kind of like low-key chilled out, other than, Trump stepping to, Zelensky when Zelensky got out of line, right? Other than that, everything, and he's been talking about like trying, hey, let's work out a deal, peace, ceasefire, all of that. Everything seems more peaceful with him in terms of how he's been moving. So I don't know, man. No, I don't hear about nothing. I don't hear about no ISIS, no nothing. Trump got rid of ISIS the first time he was president. I hear nothing about that.
Is enduring and
John Smith with the $2 donation. Shout out to you for liking the video and supporting it, man. Appreciate it.
Sustainable. How is that a bad thing? I really am puzzled why anyone thinks that trying to be a peacemaker is a bad thing. It's only a bad thing when it's Donald Trump trying to do it. When it's President Trump, it's absurd to me. Shouldn't we all be happy that we have a president who's trying to stop wars and prevent them instead of start them? Right. And I just don't get it. I really don't, other than the fact that it's Donald J. Trump. If this was a Democrat that was doing this, everyone would be saying, well, he's on his way to the Nobel Peace Prize. This is absurd.
Ever since Hillary blamed Putin for stealing the election, Democrats had an enemy they actually wanted to fight. Before that, Bill Clinton was making speeches in Moscow for $500,000. House Oversight says Moscow sent Hunter Biden $3 million checks. Now,
and he gets a magical pardon. Interesting.
Now the Democrats want to look tough and fight an unwinnable, winless proxy war. Now, the Ukrainians, the Europeans, the Russians, the Americans all want the war to end, except the Democrats don't. We thought Zelensky wanted the war to end, but then something happened.
It takes two to tango, and you're going to have to make a deal with Russia, and you're going to have to make a deal with Ukraine. I think everybody has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It can be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal. They've suffered more than anybody else. We talk about suffering. They've suffered.
White House sources say Zelensky had...
Shout out to Robert Bell with the $2 donation. Thanks for supporting this. He said the only thing U.S. stacking is debt. Hey, bruh, hey, we trying to get out of that, man.
Has 3 strikes. Strike 1 was tearing apart the mineral deal they had weeks ago.
I was personally very upset because we had a conversation with President Zelensky, the vice president and I, the three of us. And we discussed this issue about the mineral rights, and we explained to them, look, we want to be in joint.
Dang, she got a little body going on right there. Who that girl is?
Venture with you, not because we're trying to steal from your country, but because we think that's actually a security guarantee. And he said, sure, we want to do this deal. It makes all the sense in the world. The only thing is I need to run it through my legislative process. They have to approve it. I read 2 days later that Zelensky's out there saying, I rejected the deal. I told him, no way, that we're not doing that. Well, that's not what happened in that meeting. So you start to get upset by somebody. We're trying to help these guys.
Strike 2 was walking into the White House without a suit. The White House asked Zelensky to wear a suit to the meeting.
Yo, we ain't never gonna let go of that, bro. Like, how you go? They asked him to wear a suit to the meeting? Bruh! And he ain't do it? Like, oh, come on, man.
No way that we're not doing that. Well, that's not what happened in that meeting. So you start to get upset by somebody. We're trying to help these guys.
Strike two was walking into the White House without a suit. The White House asked Zelensky to wear a suit to the meeting, just as a sign of respect. And Zelensky shows up in a long-sleeve T-shirt and cargo pants. Strike three was inside the Oval Office.
The tragedy of Friday, and I don't know what President Zelensky was thinking.
Yo, I love that Jesse Waters just said that. Like, I didn't even know that. Did y'all know that the White House asked him to wear a suit? Did y'all know that?
President of France, Emmanuel Macron, in on Monday. Great meeting. We had Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Thursday. Fantastic meeting. They were all on board the arc of the peace agreement. All President Zelensky had to do was come in and sign this economic agreement, and again, show no daylight between Ukrainian people and the American people, and he chose to blow that up.
So the deal is no longer on the table, just to be abundantly clear.
Not at present.
One White House senior advisor says, I'm not sure this is salvageable. 3 strikes and you're out. It's not like Zelensky wasn't warned. Ukraine-friendly members of Congress were prepping him ahead of time. One person in the room told Politico this. Everyone was giving him the same advice, which was get the deal done. Don't play games and be very appreciative of everything that Trump and the administration have done. Lead with thank you for everything that you've done and get the deal done. But Zelensky didn't even say thank you. Just like he didn't say thank you to Biden when Biden screamed at him on the phone in 2022 and told.
Wow. Shout out to Merck with the $2 donation. He said Zell met with Schumer before the meeting. Oh, wow.
Told him to show a little more gratitude. Zelensky just brushed it off. So what happened? Well,
this little disrespectful man, bro. Now this is making more sense. Shout out to Jesse Waters, bro. MSNBC will mislead you.
30 minutes before this meeting in the Oval, Zelensky was meeting with Senate Democrats. Democrat Senator Chris Murphy said, quote, just finished a meeting with President Zelensky here in Washington. He confirmed that the Ukrainian people will not support a fake peace agreement where Putin gets everything he wants.
Shout out to Sam D with the $5 donation said, so they're using a ninja. Hey, bro, hey, don't get mad. I support my country, bro. I support my country.
And there are no security arrangements for Ukraine. So Murphy got in his head. Unless
you can get mad. Hey, he said I'm micro level because I got 120,000 subscribers. How many you got? Do you know I got like 40,000 subscribers in like 4 months? This is kind of a lot, man. It's kind of a lot.
Less than an hour later, Zelensky starts a fight with Trump.
A lot of people get like 300 subscribers a month. That's a lot of people. You know, people, and I'm glad that people want to like learn about what's going on and not just be led by emotions. You know what I mean? Like we don't like our country just giving our money away. I appreciate like that our government is stepping up and trying to change things.
And Vance and blows up the deal again. And then Murphy gets on TV and says this.
The White House has become an arm of the Kremlin. Every single day, you hear from the National Security Advisor, from the President of the United States, from his entire national security team, Kremlin talking points. For the last week, the White House has been pretending as if Ukraine started this war. That's essentially saying that Poland invaded Germany at the beginning of World War II.
Look at this dirty little trick. Sabotage a peace deal so you can call Trump a Russian puppet. Democrats don't even have a peace plan. They don't even have a plan to win this war. Their only plan is to keep it going so you can call Trump a traitor for trying to end it. President Biden was caught telling donors here in Manhattan that this country has never been so close to nuclear Armageddon. All Trump's trying to do is stop World War III. And the American people want it stopped too. 72% of Americans want Ukraine to negotiate a settlement. And 60% of the country agrees with the way Trump's going about it, negotiating directly with Russia. Ending the war lowers energy prices, which brings down inflation.
So when they start talking about money, what y'all gonna say? Hey, stopping the war gonna lower energy prices.
Percent of the country agrees with the way Trump's going about it, negotiating directly with Russia. Ending the war lowers energy prices, which brings down inflation. It also heals the world's messed up supply chain, which also brings down inflation. It boosts European defense spending and saves American combat power for the Pacific. Lets us focus on more urgent problems like the Iranians and the Chinese. And these sanctions we have up, they hurt the dollar as the world currency because it drives other nations to trade in other denominations. And it drives the Russians away from a deepening alliance with the Chinese and gives us a new market for minerals that our tech sector is going to need in the arms race. So Zelensky says he's still ready to sign the minerals deal, but he's got to do one thing first.
I have been told by a senior official here that nothing's going to happen with this minerals deal until Zelensky goes in front of cameras and makes an explicit public apology for the way that he behaved himself.
Louis Styles says Zelensky got kicked out for not having that stuff on. And then the clips with the $5 donation says Sam D on that shh.
Philosophers throughout the history of time have warned about the excesses of pride. And this looks like a prime example. America is a very forgiving nation. Donald Trump has shown that he can work with people who've called him some of the worst names imaginable. So this is a very fluid situation. We've apologized to other countries before, so there's nothing wrong with having other countries apologize to us.
Somebody said I got the librarian fetish. Like, what did y'all talking about? You talking about that lady that was up there?
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight we are back in the Washington swamp, the sewer, as we love to affectionately call it. And we are here to give you all an inside look into the incredible first few weeks of Donald Trump's second term. Just a few hours ago, we were at the Eisenhower Executive Office building just across from the White House for an exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance. That full interview is only moments away. We'll also be joined right here on set by White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. We'll get our Hannity White House brief.
Oh, wow. She coming up there?
And the U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi. We'll talk about Epstein. We'll talk about a lot more. But first, breaking tonight, the United States is pausing all military aid to Ukraine until the country makes a commitment to good faith peace negotiations. This after the Ukrainian President Zelensky proclaimed that peace is, quote, still very, very far away. Now, keep in mind that Zelensky has already been given many, many opportunities to team up with the U.S. on a peace deal. And according to my numerous sources, Zelensky is now asking to come back to the White House, and he would now finally sign off on what he should have signed off on last week, and that is the rare earth minerals agreement that would bind our two countries together. But it's not going to happen when the president of Ukraine seems to want war in perpetuity, a war without the U.S. and without European money he could never even fight. Anyway, on Truth Social, President Trump called Zelensky's recent comments, quote, the worst statement that could have been made, and America will not put up with this much longer. This guy doesn't want there to be peace as long as he has America's backing. Don't forget, the rare earth mineral deal, that would be just phase one of President Trump's peace plan. The deal...
Bro, he don't want no peace.
It would put U.S. business interests on the ground in Ukraine, which itself would provide a significant deterrent to Vladimir Putin. It would also help Ukraine pay back the debt to the United States while also ensuring that U.S. funding continues and provide massive amounts of money that country will desperately need to rebuild their country. This keeps going, there's not going to be a country to rebuild. Phase 2 would be a ceasefire agreement, and phase 3 would be the negotiated settlement. This would be the hard part, and peace, hopefully, in Europe as a result. Zelensky can't even bring himself to sign off on phase 1.
Bro, like, Red said, Putin breaking the ceasefire needs to be addressed as well. He hasn't broken any agreements with Trump. So whatever he did with Biden and all of them, no, we need to, like, Trump is, I would say, cool with him. Like, he ain't break no agreements with Trump. Let's just get the ceasefire deal going.
Last week's tense meeting at the White House, in spite of what the fake news legacy media mob is telling you, was not an ambush. It was supposed to be a show of unity. It was supposed.
And the fake news don't tell you how Trump was very, very respectful to Zelensky at the start of the interview. Very respectful.
Supposed to be celebrating what was a done deal. It was supposed to be mostly ceremonial in nature. In fact, it was the third time Zelensky was supposed to sign off on that very same deal before trying to relitigate the agreement in the Oval Office at the last minute. But of course, the hysteria and anti-American sentiment in Europe is now spiking. Good luck on their own. One major gas company, Norway, vowed to boycott our U.S. Navy, refusing to refill our ship. Really? Norway, they stepped in. They're now promising that will not be the case. On X, only moments after Zelensky's contentious meeting at the White House, multiple European leaders posted their unwavering support for Zelensky's seemingly endless war.
Yeah, I seen. We reacted to the whole thing. Like, we watched the whole thing.
Well, then they hosted Zelensky for a meeting where they showered him with praise. Now, as Lindsey Graham said, if Europe wants to take this on all by themselves and protect their own continent, they're free to do so. But as Donald Trump pointed out on Truth Social, Europe, in the meeting they had with Zelensky, stated flatly they cannot.
Colin Radley is moderator on here. He said Putin broke ceasefire due to Ukraine pulling out of the arms deal. Okay. Putin broke ceasefire due to Ukraine pulling out of the arms deal. Okay.
Not do the job.
I gotta make this chat like bigger because it's hard to see it. Let me make this bigger. Okay.
Without the U.S., probably not a great statement to have been made in terms of a show of strength against Russia. What are they thinking? He's right. President Trump raises a great question. What is Europe thinking?
Hails the Ghost with the $2 donation said he called Vance sucker. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. Look the meaning. Sucker bayad. Look up the meaning.
The United States spends nearly $1 trillion annually on defense. All of the countries in the European Union spend just about $326 billion combined. When it comes to funding Ukraine, the same disparity continues. The U.S. has been carrying far more of the financial burden than Ukraine's actual neighbors on their continent.
Hold on. All right, since you sent that in, let me. All right, so let's look at. I want to react to that in a minute. Hold up. Daily Mail. Did Zelensky call J.D. Vance a under his breath during Oval Office attack under Trump VP? It says Ukraine's President Zelensky has sparked suggestions he branded U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance a B word during their explosive White House. Viewers of the television 45-minute dispute with U.S. President Donald Trump at the center believe he muttered the insult under his breath. Mr. Zelensky is said to have uttered "sucker blat" in response to Mr. Vance criticizing him for an alleged lack of respect during Friday evening's confrontation. The slang phrase, also spelled as "psycha," is variously said to translate in English as "son of a B word." Mother. Hey, I can't say it, right? The Ukrainian president was seen crossing his arms in dismay as both President Mr. Trump and Mr. Vance laid into him before Mr. Zelensky was sent on his way from the White House, Washington, D.C. summit sooner than scheduled. The clash between Mr. Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office was broadcasted around the world on Friday, with the U.S. president claiming his counterpart was gambling with World War III. Mr. Trump's administration has made it clear privately it wants a public apology from Zelensky to mend relations. Bloomberg has now reported. Media reports from the U.S. suggested Trump considered cutting off all aid to Ukraine following their public clash. All right. The Ukrainian leader was accused of not being grateful enough for U.S. military aid by both the U.S. president. All right. So did he say it? Video footage of Mr. Zelensky's response to Mr. Vance's comments has gone viral online, with many suggesting he swore under his breath in disgust. Among those posting on X, formerly Twitter, was a much shared user saying Zelensky called J.D. Vance a B word in Ukrainian. Replies included remarks such as, "This is the least diplomatic exchange ever. I like him more and more, and harsh but fair." Other viewers have speculated that Mr. Zelensky was expressing general frustration rather than directing his words at Mr. Vance, with one saying it'd be more of an observation than calling him anything. Why would he say that, bro? Kerry had been a suggested White House on Thursday, appearing to get on with President Joe. Did he say it? He said it. I don't care. He said it, bro. He said it, bro. I don't care.
To top it off, Europe is actually sending more money to Russia, buying oil and gas.
You said, what does that mean? It means the B word.
Than aid to Ukraine. In fact, the EU bought a whopping $22 billion in fossil fuels from Russia in 2024 alone. Europe is making Putin filthy rich so he can continue to feed his war machine. America,
Sean Hannity. Hey, we've been saying that the whole live. We said like they're buying the oil from Russia, making them rich, right? And then Putin can use the money to fight the war. We've literally been saying the whole thing. And now, guess who's saying it?
So he can continue to feed $52 billion in fossil fuels from Russia in 2024 alone. Europe is making Putin filthy rich so he can continue to feed his war machine. America, we should be supplying Europe with all of their energy needs, and hopefully, under Donald Trump's plan, that will soon be the case as we move towards energy dominance. But if you want to know how Putin is funding his war, look no further than the European Union. Now, remember, Trump gave Angela Merkel that white flag of surrender after Germany did that multi-billion-dollar energy deal with Putin. So if Europe wants to...
A professor of logic said it's pronounced Suka Biat.
This war to continue with no end in sight.
Where you been at, Marie Brown? Like, what is you doing? Like, where you been at? Don't be telling me you been in somebody else's live.
Well, they're going to end up being on their own, and it's not going to end very well. And I'd like to see the killing stop. I'd like to see the destruction stop. And I'd like to see at least the rebuild of a country before it's too late. But as President Trump stands ready and willing to make a deal, earlier tonight, I asked Vice President J.D. Vance about this and so much more.
Yo, shout out to Sean Hannity. Shout out to everybody.
That came out from Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump from Truth Social. It says that we should spend less time worrying about Putin and more time worrying about migrant grape gangs, drug lords, unalivers, and people from mental health institutions entering our country, so that we don't end up like Europe. And he's absolutely right. He is absolutely right. We don't have to support Ukraine. You want to come over here and be disrespectful? You want to bite the hand that feeds you?
And you was asked to wear a suit and you didn't wear a suit. Come on, bro.
We don't have to support you.
You think he ain't got no money? Like, he getting billions and billions of dollars from everybody. He can't go and get like a what do they call, like, two brother suit? Like Brooks Brothers? Get a suit, man.
Now, this is something that I found that I thought was pretty crazy on X. I don't know how true. This is an allegation. This is an alleged, but this is from the Futurist. And it says here, this crazed former Fox News anchor, former for a reason, is on CNN, not spewing facts, but sharing her feelings. Maybe that's why she isn't on Fox anymore. The fact is, Zelensky was supposed to sign an agreement upon arrival, and he didn't. And you have to ask yourself, why? He was coached by Suzanne Rice. The CNN anti-Trump spin zone won't work this time. Now, if this is true, if Suzanne Rice coached Zelensky up to not accept the deal that he agreed upon that was on the table, that is a problem. I don't know if that's a form of treason, but it is definitely a problem, and she is showing herself as an enemy to the state. If this is true, former Fox News anchor claims that Trump's Oval Office shutdown with Zelensky was staged. The cat is out the bag. These are all allegations. These are all things that they're saying that is happened. Zelensky went in there with bad faith. He reneged on the deal. And every American should have a problem with this, if this is true. But let's check out what Scott Jennings had to say.
We're their patron. We're their best hope for the killing to stop and for them to emerge from this sovereign and prosperous. And we're also their best hope as a bit. We're their patron. We're their best hope for the killing to stop and for them to emerge from this sovereign and prosperous. And we're also their best hope as a business partner. I mean, all Zelensky had to do today was put on a tie, show up, smile, say thank you, sign the papers, and have lunch. That's it. And he couldn't do that. This did not have to go down this way. Okay. And however you feel about why it started, why it's going on, who's right and who's wrong, we can help them in this and come out okay on the other side, and he's making it hard.
Now, first of all, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I actually agree with Scott. And everything that he said was basically right. Wow. I know, I'm going to get killed on social media for admitting that, but so be it.
The short answer is the Trump administration believes that if Ukraine goes into business with the United States, that in and of itself is a security guarantee. If your interests become our interests, we're going to be interested in making sure our interests are secure. So it would have been wise for him to understand the economic deal, the mineral deal, is a security guarantee in and of itself. And he lost sight of that today in the argument. Either way, Zelensky certainly had been briefed on what the right way to handle this was. And all he had to do was walk in there and say, thank you. I'm really grateful to be here. We want to be partners with the United States. We're grateful for your leadership. Where's the papers? And what are we having for lunch? That's all he had to do.
Yeah, and he chose not to. And again, like I said, in the previous clip there, if this is true, that Susan Rice coached him up to not accept the deal, that is a problem. These are allegations. We don't know if that is true, but if it is a problem. And I don't know what they're trying to get accomplished here. I don't know if they're trying to get us, into another world war. I don't know if they're trying to, make this current administration look bad because they fumbled for 4 years. I don't know what it is. Maybe they want to keep things going and keep the money train going because, war is big business. Maybe that is the case. Who knows? But what we do know is that Susan Rice and these Democrats, they are agents of chaos.
Eclipse was a $2 donation. Shout out to you. He said, gotta ask, you sound Midwestern, but where you from? From Cleveland, Ohio. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, but I live in Nashville, Tennessee right now.
All they want is death and destruction. That's their track record. So it doesn't surprise me that her name is in the midst of this. And again, these are allegations. We don't know how true this is, but if it comes out that it is true, and I think somebody should do an investigation. If it comes out that this is true, something needs to happen because we can't have people undermining the deals that Marco Rubio, a JD Vance, and a President Trump puts together. We can't have people doing that. That is not a good look in this country, man. What the heck is going on? But I want to share with you this last clip here. This brother here, Trump supporter, and he says a lot that needs to be said.
You who are mad at President Trump for yesterday and about, look how he treated Vladimir Zelensky. You are the people who watched MSNBC, CNN, and then vote for President Trump. Now, myself, a black Trump supporter, this is exactly what I voted for. Oh, Lord, this is what I voted for.
Yeah, hey, y'all ever feel like that? Like, bro, how many presidents, have you, seen, when you've been alive, doing the complete opposite of everything they say they were going to do? And to see one, remember they were saying JFK would have been a great president. He was going to do what he said he was going to do. Bro, we literally watching a president now do everything he said he was going to do, bro. This is probably going to be, is he bro, he might be the best president ever. I don't care what nobody say. Thug life. Completed 97% of his campaign promises in less than 30 days. That's crazy.
To see somebody tell that pot-bellied dictator, Vladimir Zelensky, you ain't getting no more money. You don't run the United States. We're the United States of America. Without us, you don't make it. This is what we have been demanding. So you go on and talk about some MSNBC and CNN viewers. They didn't vote for him. They voted to put him in jail. People like myself, people who watch Fox, people who watch Joe Rogan.
I see y'all comments, man. Y'all, my chat is crazy, bro. I can't, like... Y'all, wow.
Rogan, Hodge Twins, podcast. We voted for this. That's why you see us happy and the people who voted against Donald Trump mad. Stay mad. But remember, make sure you have those 5 things you did. Elon's coming. Elon's coming. Elon's.
This guy's crazy. But I will say this. 77 million people did support this. And to be honest with you, there's a whole lot more people that support what is going on. We can
shout out to him. Let's check my.
It's time for lefties losing it. Let's start with a couple of Democrat operatives embarrassing themselves with their Trump delusions. Here's the diabolical Alexander Vindman saying that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump should apologize to Zelensky. He demands it.
The current leader of this
J.D. Vance owes Zelensky an apology. President Trump owes Zelensky an apology for the way he was treated.
For what?
I demand it. What? I demand that they give
you demand. Okay.
He demands it. Oh, dear God. Even the CNN panel were bemused by that foolishness. But for a really severe, incurable case of tedious lunacy, we cannot go past...
Hey, y'all, we got 464,000 views on the video. Shout out to y'all. We got 1,200 subscribers today. Shout out to y'all. Thug life. Appreciate y'all.
This mad rant from James Carville.
I'm talking about madness like King George III kind of madness. And it could be a combination of being a fat slob, which of course he is. It could be that he's can't sleep at night because his beached whale body can't allow the circulation it needs. I don't know. I'm not a sleep specialist or a medical doctor. But I think we should rebuild.
GB said Trump is the most gangster president ever. Shout out to Trump, man.
Is it the possibility of a syphilis diagnosis?
Oh my God. No wonder the Democrats are practically unelectable at the moment. Let's look at Saturday Night Live now. They had their own take on the Zelensky.
Oh, no, she got the Saturday Night Live license. I forgot. I don't got that. Shout out to her, though.
This was on the show.
Shout out to Robert Bell with the $2 donation. Said America fights Ukraine over 1 month's interest. Interesting. I'm thinking about buying that SNL license. What y'all think? I do be wanting to react to them.
Here is on Kill Tony shortly before the election. And I warn you, this is a little blue, but it's actually funny.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, hey. What a great lady. I talked to her backstage, and wonderful woman. The tits are real. Excuse me. A lot of people are saying her tits are fake. They're not fake. I touched them.
Yo, they bugging. I can't play this.
I go, you don't even have custody of your kids, dude. What?
Yeah, hold up. What? Yeah, they losing it. What they saying?
Crits were called out.
Just like on the internet, just like we stand with you.
Shout out to Jerry with the $4.99 donation. He said, first time here, loving it. And you just had the Crypt Keeper talking about. I can't say that word, man. Shout out to you, Jerry.
Brain. I go, you don't even have custody of your kids, dude. What? Who are you talking?
Man, I ain't about to. She got all these licenses I ain't got. But shout out to everybody for the donations. Everybody that's been like chilling and rocking with me. I appreciate y'all. I kept y'all. We've been live for like 4 hours. I feel like it's crazy, man. Shout out to y'all. But that's why I love politics. There's always things to talk about. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to everybody. Comment, subscribe. Let me know what y'all think about that. There's a lot of subscribers today. Y'all been in tune with that whole Zelensky thing. Shout out to y'all, man.